Welcome to the International Conference of the Hellenic Committee of the Blue Shield, Cultural Heritage, Innovation and Sustainable Development, here today and online, of course. Let me give the floor to Mrs. Elena Gorka, the President of the Hellenic Committee of the Blue Shield, who is also going to deliver the welcome address of the Ministry of Culture, the Hellenic Republic, Mrs. Elena Mendoni. The floor to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Katerina. Good morning and welcome to everyone. I shall start, of course, by reading to you out the greeting of our minister in Greek, but Katerina has translated it in English so that you will all be able to profit from this very warm greeting. Αγαπητοί σύνεδροι από την Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό, κυρίες και κύριοι, με ιδιαίτερη χαρά και τιμή απευθύνομαι σήμερα προς όλους εσάς με την ευκαιρία της έναρξης των εργασιών του Διεθνούς Συνεδρίου με θέμα Cultural Heritage, Innovation and Sustainable Development, the Contribution of ReInherit, το οποίο διοργανώθηκε από την Ελληνική Επιτροπή της Μπλε Ασπίδας στο πλαίσιο του χρηματοδοτούμενου από το Ευρωπαϊκό Πρόγραμμα Horizon 2020 έργου ReInherit, Redefining the Future of Cultural Heritage. Ως γνωστόν, η Σύμβαση της Χάγης του 1954 για την προστασία των πολιτιστικών αγαθών σε περίπτωση ένοπλης σύραξης αποτέλεσε την πρώτη συστηματική κωδικοποίηση και ουσιαστική ενίσχυση του εξαιρετικά ελλειπούς και αποσπασματικού πρώτερου διεθνούς θεσμικού πλαισίου για την προστασία των πολιτιστικών αγαθών σε καιρό πολέμου. Οι τραγικές συνέπειες δύο παγκοσμίων και αναρρύθμιτων περιφερειακών σειράξεων είχαν ήδη αναδείξει την αναγκαιότητα συγκρότησης και αποδοχής ενός ευρύτερου πλαισίου θεμελιωδών οικουμενικών κανόνων ανθρωπισμού και πολιτισμού, στο οποίο όφιλε να συμπεριληφθεί και η πολιτιστική κληρονομιά. Μία από τις πολυάριθμες σχετικές δράσεις που εκπορεύτηκαν από τη Σύμβαση υπήρξε και η καθιέρωση του συμβόλου της Μπλε Ασπίδας ως πολιτιστικού ισοδύναμου του Ερυθρού Σταυρού για τη σήμανση ιστορικών τόπων και μνημείων που χρήζουν σεβασμού και προστασίας σε περίπτωση σύγκρουσης. Η Μπλε Ασπίδα έγινε επίσης το έμβλημα της ομώνυμης Διεθνούς Επιτροπής που συστήθηκε το 1996 από τις μεγαλύτερες διεθνείς πολιτιστικές, μη κυβερνητικές οργανώσεις και έθεσε εν συνεχεία τις βάσεις ενός ευρύτερου δικτύου φορέων και οργανισμών σε εθνικό επίπεδο υπό την εποπτεία του Συνδέσμου Εθνικών Επιτροπών της Μπλε Ασπίδας. Κατανοώντας τη σημασία και τον ρόλο του διεθνούς αυτού δικτύου στην προστασία των πολιτιστικών αγαθών, όχι μόνο κατά τη διάρκεια πολεμικών σειράξεων, αλλά και απέναντι σε μία πληθώρα σύγχρονων προκλήσεων, όπως οι κίνδυνοι από τις φυσικές καταστροφές που ενσκύπτουν με διαρκώς αυξανόμενη συχνότητα εξαιτίας της κλιματικής αλλαγής. Και λειτουργώντας ως προς αυτό σε πλήρη αρμονία και συνέργεια με τη Διεθνή Ελληνική Πρωτοβουλία για τη διαφύλαξη της φυσικής και πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς από τις επιπτώσεις της κλιματικής αλλαγής, η οποία υποστηρίζεται από την UNESCO και περισσότερα από 100 κράτη-μέλη, μία ομάδα έγκριτων εμπειρογνωμόνων από διάφορους κλάδους προχώρησε το 2019 στην ίδρυση του ελληνικού τμήματος της Διεθνούς Επιτροπής Μπλε Ασπίδα, καθιστώντας την Ελλάδα την πρώτη χώρα της Νοτιοανατολικής Ευρώπης που συγκροτεί σχετική Εθνική Επιτροπή. Στα 4 χρόνια της λειτουργίας της, η Ελληνική Επιτροπή της Μπλε Ασπίδας έχει ήδη αναπτύξει πλούσια και πολύπλευρη δράση με συμμετοχή σε διεθνείς ερευνητικές συμπράξεις και έργα, υλοποίηση εκπαιδευτικών προγραμμάτων και εργαστηρίων, καθώς και διοργάνωση επιστημονικών συνεδρίων και εκδηλώσεων. Σε αυτό ακριβώς το πλαίσιο δράσεων τάσεται και το σημερινό Διεθνές Συνέδριο, στόχος του οποίου είναι η παρουσίαση και ο απολογισμός του ευρωπαϊκού έργου ReInherit, υπό το πρίσμα των στόχων της βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης και ειδικότερα των πυλώνων της κοινωνικής, οικονομικής, περιβαλλοντικής βιωσιμότητας, της ειρήνης και της ασφάλειας, τομείς οι οποίοι είναι άρρηκτα συνδεδεμένοι με τους στόχους του έργου. Το πρόγραμμα ReInherit προτείνει ένα πρωτοποριακό πρότυπο αειφόρου διαχείρισης του πολιτιστικού αποθέματος, που βασίζεται στη δημιουργία ενός δυναμικού δικτύου ερευνητών και επαγγελματιών της πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς, εκπροσώπων τοπικών αρχών, πολιτιστικών φορέων, μουσείων και τοποθεσιών που έχουν λάβει το σήμα της Ευρωπαϊκής Πολιτιστικής Κληρονομιάς European Heritage Label, καθώς και ειδικών εμπειρογνωμόνων στους τομείς των νέων ψηφιακών τεχνολογιών, της επικοινωνίας και της διαχείρισης. Όλοι αυτοί διασυνδέονται, διαλέγονται και συνδημιουργούν μέσω ενός καινοτόμου και ολοκληρωμένου οικοσυστήματος ψηφιακών εφαρμογών, επικοινωνίας, ανάπτυξης συνεργασιών, ανταλλαγής και διαμοιρασμού τεχνογνωσίας, πόρων και εργαλείων συνεργασίας, δημιουργίας και επιμέλειας και προβολής πολιτιστικού περιεχομένου, καθώς και καλών πρακτικών βιώσιμης διαχείρισης σε πολλούς επιμέρους τομείς. Με την παρούσα ευκαιρία θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω και να συγχαρώ από καρδιάς το Διοικητικό Συμβούλιο και τα μέλη της Ελληνικής Επιτροπής της Μπλε Ασπίδας για το ήδη σημαντικό τους έργο, καθώς και για την πρωτοβουλία της διοργάνωσης του σημερινού συνεδρίου. Η πραγματοποίηση του συνεδρίου αυτού με άρτιο και αποτελεσματικό τρόπο δεν θα ήταν φυσικά δυνατή χωρίς τη συνδρομή της Επιστημονικής και της Οργανωτικής Επιτροπής, καθώς και τη συμμετοχή των έγκριτων ομιλητών από την Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό, που χρήζουν επίσης της δέουσας αναγνώρισης. Πρωτίστως, βεβαίως, θερμές ευχαριστίες και συγχαρητήρια οφείλονται προς τους εταίρους του έργου ReInΗerit για τη σημαντική συμβολή τους στην κοινή προσπάθεια ανανέωσης, εξυγχρονισμού και εμπλουτισμού του κλάδου της πολιτιστικής διαχείρισης με νέα εργαλεία και μέσα που ενισχύουν τη διεθνή και διατομεακή συνεργασία, την κοινοφιλοσύνη της γνώσης και εν τέλει την αποτελεσματικότητα στην αντιμετώπιση των αναγκών και των προκλήσεων τόσο του παρόντος όσο και του μέλλοντος. Εύχομαι καλή επιτυχία στις εργασίες σας. Δόκτωρ Λίνα Μενδώνη, Υπουργός Πολιτισμού. And now, my honorable speakers and participants, dear friends and colleagues, I would first like to start by saying that I am extremely happy to be with you today, as this is my first day in the outside world after my hip operation. Welcome to all attendees who have honored us with their presence here or online, and I salute the beginning of the International Conference, Cultural Heritage, Innovation and Sustainable Development, the contribution of ReInΗerit, which is organized by the Hellenic Committee of the Blue Shield in the framework of the Horizon 2020 project ReInΗerit, redefining the future of cultural heritage. It is the first time such an event is organized by the ReInΗerit program, and it gives us great pleasure to have you all with us. The ReInΗerit project is proposing an innovative model of sustainable heritage management through the creation of a dynamic network comprised of cultural heritage professionals, innovation and cultural heritage solution tech experts, researchers, national museums, regional and local museums, and representative managers of the European Heritage Label sites. The proposed ReInΗerit model is based on the development of a digital cultural heritage ecosystem where all the key stakeholders, museums, heritage sites, policymakers, professionals, and communities will have an open and collaborative friendly space to experiment, share, and innovate. This will be achieved through the creation of an innovative cultural digital hub. Furthermore, tools and resources like training, tourism, conservation, preservation, knowledge creation, content use or reuse, combat of illicit trafficking of cultural goods that are of absolute importance for sustainable management will be shared through the digital platform that hosts the ecosystem. The project's ecosystem also aspires to be an experiential, open-ended space that will support, in general, generate entrepreneurial initiatives, knowledge produced through co-creation, curation of digital content, and visitor experiences. I would like to thank the officials from all the important cultural NGOs, most of all, the president of Blue Shield International, Professor Peter Stone, and all distinguished speakers for accepting our invitation, our ReInΗerit partners, as well as the scientific organizing committee of this conference. Mostly, I would like to thank Antonia Zervaki, Katerina Dimitriadi, and Sofia Stavrianopoulou for their efforts and great dedication to the success of our conference. This conference principally aims at assessing the contribution of ReInΗerit to sustainable development by bringing together policymakers, researchers, and academics of various disciplines, as well as experts that work for the project in order to discuss the pillars of social, economic, and environmental sustainability, as well as peace and security. All these are policy domains that are inextricably linked with the objectives of the program. Thank you for being with us, and I look forward to all the interesting presentation and discussions, and of course I will follow online due to obvious reasons. So, wishing success to all, I close by saying, culture people, keep on walking against all odds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I would like to give the floor to Andrea Ratiu, representing the Cultural Bank of Cyprus, the lead ReInΗerit partner, who is going to welcome the audience. Andrea, the floor to you. Thank you.
Dear organizers, dear guests, it is with great pleasure as the project manager of the ReInΗerit project and on behalf of the Bank of Cyprus Cultural Foundation that I extend my warm greetings as we embark on this promising conference organized by the Hellenic Committee of the Blue Shield. The conference is organized within the framework of the ReInΗerit project, and we are excited about the prosperity of knowledge, ideas, and innovation that will unfold during this event. I'm sure your commitment to fostering discussions on cultural heritage, innovation, and sustainable development is commendable, and we believe that the outcomes of this conference will not only significantly contribute to the ongoing dialogue, but also prove to be beneficial for the ReInΗerit partners, further boosting the progress of our collective project. As Mrs. Korka has already referred to the ReInΗerit project, I would like to draw your attention to the most important outcome of the ReInΗerit of the project, the ReInΗerit Digital Hub. It is expected that the Digital Hub, a creation with the contribution of all partners, will be an essential tool for existing and future users, as it already hosts and will host all the results and work carried out during the ReInΗerit project's life cycle. The ReInΗerit Digital Hub is a digital cultural heritage ecosystem in which, on the one hand, all the stakeholders, heritage professionals, researchers, policymakers, communities, tourist destination authorities, DMOs, and so on, will be provided with the tools and resources to communicate and experiment with and innovate and disseminate European cultural heritage, as Mrs. Korka already mentioned. And on the other hand, it is addressed to the wider research community and public interested in heritage who will find engaging content. We anticipate that specific professionals, particularly those in smaller museums, will derive benefits from the ready-made content and applications offered by the Digital Hub. These resources will be selectively applied based on the individual needs of each museum, with the overarching goal of delivering cutting-edge technologies to enhance the experience of their visitors. Webinars, research fact sheets, toolkit applications and their documentation, exhibitions material, podcasts, and e-shop are only some of the ReInΗerit Digital Hub components. And Felipe and I will elaborate more on one of the aspects of this hub during our presentation later today. I would like to urge you to visit the ReInΗerit Hub and discover all the work that has been done so far. Thank you for your continued support and active participation. Wishing you all the best for a fruitful conference and valuable discussions.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Oratiu. And now I would like Mrs. Reinherit, representing ReInΗerit partner, University of Nicosia, to give us an introduction to the ReInΗerit project with her presentation on a sustainable management plan for museums and cultural heritage institutions. Thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this very interesting conference. And I would like to speak about Culture Heritage Management Plan for Museums. That was part of Work Package 1, and it formed the basis of the packages that were to follow. This is a paper that I have prepared with my dear colleague, Konstantinos Roussos, that could not attend this meeting, and therefore I will be presenting for both of us. As you know, this project involves partners from different countries of the European Union, different institutions and researchers that have combined forces to deliver an outcome. Now, ReInHerit's mission is to disrupt the current status quo of communication, collaboration and innovation exchange between museums and cultural heritage sites by coming up with a new model, in fact, scanning the challenges, needs of the time and offering some practical solutions. The aim of this presentation is to emphasize the critical role of cultural heritage management, I will be referring to it as CHA, for museums, and bring forward the main issues and principles that need to be taken into account during the drafting procedure of a CHM plan. Now, despite the fact that cultural heritage management has been recognized as a strategic process that guarantees the long-term protection of cultural heritage, many museums, especially smaller ones, continue to suffer from insufficient management due to lack of funding and support, as well as the pressures of ongoing crises, and we have experienced quite a few of them lately. In this respect, they need guidance in order to develop a realistic and detailed CHA plan. And this is a key process that must be properly integrated into a sustainable model of CHA for museums. What is a cultural heritage management plan? It is a dynamic document that explains management issues, approaches, and requirements relating to museums, and sets a framework for decision-making over a given period of time. It should be a clear and coherent plan for action, a guide for the future, and it should identify areas of strength to build on, weaknesses to be addressed, and opportunities to be exploited. It needs to ensure that everyone in the organization is on the same page, and overall, it is a management tool for museums to use in planning their future activities and operations. Now, what are the main objectives of such a plan? It has to protect the values of cultural heritage for present and future generations, promote effective sustainability practices, improve museums' operation, help museums reposition themselves in an ever-changing world in order to be more relevant to their audiences and serve society better. What are the main steps for a successful cultural heritage management plan? Step 1, prepare it. In order to prepare a successful CHM plan, it is important to look outside the organization and understand how the external environment is changing. In other words, it is crucial to understand the needs, challenges, and opportunities of the era. It will help museums to address these threats and challenges and at the same time stay relevant and pursue its mission effectively. Museums need to act as a major resource for resilience, connection, recovery, and positive change, contributing to the creation of inclusive, peaceful, and sustainable societies in this ever-changing environment. In this context, and in the context of the ReInΗerit project, the current status quo of the cultural heritage sector in Europe was mapped so as to achieve an overview of the current needs, challenges, and opportunities. In a nutshell, because there was a lot of work done and many things have been identified, to which I cannot refer right now, I have tried to put in a nutshell what we really came down to. So, the needs that were identified were for interdisciplinary collaboration so as to avoid fragmentations, redefine the relationship between museums and the various audiences, developing new experiences, and deepening their relationships with them. The ReInΗerit project stresses the importance that young people should appear as a distinct target visitor group in a wide range of activities included in the plan, such as audience development, collection management, marketing, digitization, exhibition, and so on. Some recommendations for reaching young audience is to understand, first of all, young audience in order to determine their specific needs, as well as to better understand how they perceive cultural heritage, how they want to engage with it, and what is important to them. Also promote real-time dialogue between young people and the cultural heritage professionals, foreign websites, social media, and so on. And train cultural heritage professionals in audience research, marketing, and communication. Introduce seminars, games, and digital tools, as evidenced by the visitor survey conducted by the ReInΗerit project. Young museum visitors varying from 18 to 29 as well as from 30 to 44 are more likely to use digital tools in a museum environment. Younger people in general have a strong tendency to be interested in technology-related experience and in gamification approaches. Develop a communication strategy, in particular social media policies targeting young people. And according to the primary research of this project, young people get information about the service offerings of museums through recommendations from friends via social media channels. And now moving on to the second thing, which is intellectual property management. IP is a set of legal rights aiming to protect the fruits of the human intellect by providing to right holders absolute and exclusive rights on a territorial basis. By IP, we mean copyright, and we also mean industrial property rights. And these are all absolute and exclusive rights in the sense that they belong only to their beneficiary and they may be asserted against anyone and may be, of course, violated by anyone. In a nutshell, IP management helps museums to set up processes to identify, organize, own, create value, license, disseminate, and generally deal with and leverage business opportunities in relation to content. There are three pillars in IP management. First, how to protect effectively your IP assets, and these can be assets that can be acquired by purchase, donation, and so on, or can be possessed on loan, or having been created by the employees of a museum or a cultural organization. This also helps museums generate income and create added value from their collections and intangible assets. The second pillar is to prevent the infringement of third-party IP rights when you use third-party content. And the third pillar is disseminate content as a museum or a cultural heritage institution sees appropriate. Licensing it, for example, offer it with standardized terms, offer it for free, and so on. Now, IP management has a spillover effect. In fact, it also helps keep good records, draft good contracts, licenses, and agreements, standardize the aforementioned contracts for easiness, and introduce consistent practices, track ownership and rights, realize what else should have been acquired or what should be acquired now, something that the museum does not have and wants, in fact, to exploit. Record what the museum is allowed to do by law, and record what the museum is allowed to do on the basis of the rights acquired or licensed so far. Also, identify what is still under protection and what has fallen into the public domain. Identify contractual obligations, monitor infringements, and decide on dispute resolution. Attach proper legal notices, credit lines, framing and linking, terms and conditions of website use, create guidelines and training courses for employees, make strategic options, whether, for example, to register rights, offer open licenses, offer something for free, and so on. Now, what are the basic principles? Is that even museums that have legal title to own collection items cannot freely reproduce these items unless they have authorization from the right holders. IP and content created by no staff, such as volunteers, students, or those commissioned, contractors, and interns, belongs to them and not to the museum. This is things I have also experienced in practice, because sometimes the museums or cultural heritage institutions believe that because they have a painting, they can exploit the painting as they see fit. And the only thing they have is the carrier, the painting itself, and they do not have the rights underpinned in order to be able to exploit it. Also, IP created by employees usually belong to the museum if a work is created in the context of their duties. So we need to be very firm as to what the duties of each employee are. In case of exhibitions on loan, contracts should provide, amongst other things, what the rights of exploitation of the artifacts' images are, whether they can be reproduced in catalogs and so on, and just, a proposal to be on the safe side, draft succinct and clear contracts, and ask for expert advice. So, museums need to have clear policies as to how one can take pictures in the museum. They need to have clear policies as to how pictures of objects in their collections are to be exploited or licensed. They need also to think forward. When they acquire an object, they need to think of all potential means of exploitation if this object is still under IP protection. For example, if they want to reproduce items within exhibition spaces, online, some posters, promote exhibitions or other events, create postcards, show items in their shops, and so on. So, when a museum takes authorization, it should not also forget to include online uses. And last but not least, you need to keep a record if you're a museum of all authorizations and agreements. And that brings me to step 3, which is the implementation of Cultural Heritage Plan. I don't have enough time to discuss that. I just want to say by concluding that a Cultural Heritage Management Plan has the potential to help museums and cultural heritage institutions to tackle a complex reality with multiple challenges and bottlenecks that create specific urgent needs. Museums that develop a Cultural Heritage Management Plan are better prepared for the present and the future, and are more likely to fulfill their mission and vision in an ever-changing environment compared to museums which continue to follow traditional operating methods that do not respond to the needs of the modern era. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mrs. Stamatou. Now, this is the end of the opening session. I would like to call the first moderator of the session, the first session, Mrs. Antonia Zervaki, to join us. And the speakers, of course, who have joined us here in Athens. That is Jaime Lopez from Arte Sostenible, Mr. Manos Voulioukas, and Nefeli Pantela from the Museum of Cycladic Art. Please join us here.
Thank you so much, Katerina. I would like to welcome you on my behalf in Athens and in our conference. We will begin immediately with the first session concerning social sustainability and the contribution of ReInΗerit. And I'm very happy and honored that Alexander Xanthaki, Professor of Laws at ReInΗerit University in the UK, and the UN Special Rapporteur in the field of cultural rights, could be with us today, even virtually, to share her thoughts on cultural heritage, cultural rights, and human development. I would immediately give the floor to Professor Xanthaki.
Pleasure to be here, even though virtually, I'm not quite lucky to be here today. So first of all, who am I? I am the United Nations Center of American Cultural Rights. United Nations Center of Affairs are independent experts and are appointed by the United Nations. So I do not represent Greece and I will be appointed or selected I am appointed by the American Council of the United Nations on human rights. We are mandates, and my appointment is for 3+ years. I am a Federate Special Rapporteur on Cultural Rights. My predecessor was a British elite who was appointed at the beginning of his mandate. I then was carrying out the things thanks to Cyprus on an official basis. The functions that I have are to first monitor the implementation of cultural rights, and second to go on official visits in order to then present reports on whether cultural rights have been implemented. So I went on my third official visit to Germany, and the next one is Jordan, and then Chile. And finally, I also received confidential email messages from civil society and everyone who actually informed me of alleged violations, and I entered confidential discussion with the state. And then if the state does not achieve adequate responses or actually not implement what they have undertaken as obligations under international rights law, I name and check. And one of the main functions is also like the management reports that I'm presenting to discuss the Human Rights Report of the Human Rights Council and the states discussing this issue. The thing that was also for the UN General Assembly. And the first thing at the top of this conference is very much linked to that, as for the last 2 years I have presented reports and discussed the states on the General Assembly recommendations on developments and cultural rights. So it's very interesting, I have to say that it's very interesting that obviously I am Greek, Κάθε Αθήνα το αυτές τις σχέδιες που είχαν να τρώνε, so I left Athens I came to the UK and I have presented human rights and now rights are very much linked to cultural heritage, and I was very interested to hear how the very eloquent talk of the message of the Minister for Culture was talked about the UNESCO instruments, and indeed the UNESCO instrument that was talking about is very important, but it does focus indeed mainly in times of war and about islands that have been stolen, mainly in big conflicts, is a very real concern of the international community. However, in the discussion of cultural heritage, we have pushed aside the issue of obligation to states to ensure that everyone has the right to access and participation in their culture. And this is on their own as an individual, but by all 180 states and certainly by the Spanish. So I think that is very important, and my job in this 6 years, if you wish, is to ensure that everybody remembers that the cultural heritage must be placed in the human rights framework. And something the same why is so important. I think that it's very important because cultural heritage has to be protected, but it protects the rights of the individual groups to their cultural heritage, to access their cultural heritage, to participate in their cultural heritage, to benefit from their cultural heritage. And I think that this is the main difference between UNESCO and United Nations. UNESCO has been doing an amazing job in the protection of cultural heritage, but their mandate, the mandate that they have, is to protect cultural heritage per se, whereas the United Nations protects the rights. So I would not, my role is not to protect cultural rights, cultural heritage on its own, but to protect the right to cultural heritage. So this means that if there is a conflict between human rights and cultural heritage, as we see in several places of the world, several UNESCO monuments are being protected by the state while violating rights of local populations. My role is to intervene and say that what is really important is that these individuals and groups decide on their cultural protection, on their cultural heritage, and are included in the decision making relating to their cultural heritage. So this is the main difference between UNESCO and the United Nations. And participation in this respect, what I do, the thinker, again, very interesting to talk about Athens, but also, talk about this project in terms of participation. And I was waiting for it, and I was delighted that he talked about this. So participation is the more recent buzzword, in the sense that we're not interested only on access, giving access, which is very important and still has a lot of obstacles, but we're also interested in participation. In this respect, participation, the buzzword, the right to cultural heritage is very much linked to the current discussions on sustainable development. And this is something that we have to emphasize. About the right to access and enjoy cultural heritage. In 2011, my predecessor has completed a report which forms the basis of our discussion, of my discussion on the right to cultural heritage, and she has stressed that cultural heritage is important not only in health, but also for individuals and communities in terms of both their identity and development processes. And it can be found the barriers, and it's interlinked with various human rights norms. So mainly it is about the right of individuals and communities to understand, enter, visit, make use of, maintain, and exchange cultural heritage, as well as to benefit from cultural heritage. historical heritage, and in designing and implementing practices to safeguard it. So I think that this is something that relates very much to sustainable development. In my report in last year and this year before the General Assembly, I said that sustainable development is seen very much still as economic, and I'm extremely worried that after all these discussions that we have had, culture has not taken its right place as a fourth dimension of sustainable development. In this respect, cultural heritage is being mentioned. So, Sustainable Development Goal 11.4 calls for efforts to protect the world's cultural and natural heritage. But again, you will see that we are talking about protection of heritage, not the right heritage. And we are talking about the world's cultural and natural heritage. We don't talk about the various aspects of cultural heritage. And sometimes, people say, well, why is it important? We cannot protect everything. Why is it important? And even more so, why is it important that we have a fourth dimension of sustainable development and cultural development? I don't really understand how the local society or an individual can develop without awareness and understanding of their identity, and awareness and understanding of the identity of people around them. I don't understand how we can talk about development of an individual if we don't talk about development of their practices, understanding of where they come from, appreciation of what happened in the past, and re-evaluating and revisiting of what happened in the past in order to move on to the future and take decisions on how to move on to the future. I don't genuinely understand how economic development is going to be sustainable if it is not based on the values and the philosophies, so the living cultural heritage of the people concerned. So in this respect, I'm very happy to receive the recognition of the Hellenic Republic when I was doing the report of Greece, where it says that culture in Greece is recognized as the fourth pillar of development. And I can see this is fantastic, and I hope that this will continue. So I'm going to Dublin tomorrow for the World Summit on Culture. I'm going to ask to Friday, and in my talk, which is going to be the opening ceremony, I will emphasize that post-2020 we have to move to culture being recognized as a fourth dimension of sustainable development, and also have a goal specific that is going to be based on culture. And this will include the culture heritage. And I hope there is this ongoing discussion about what are the limits between culture and cultural heritage. And I know that there are academics and social scientists that focus on that a lot more than I have focused from the legal point of view. However, it is very important for me to say that culture includes cultural heritage. So the way and the right to culture includes any aspect of the right to cultural heritage. And this is the only way forward that I can see as the only way that makes sense. So in my report on development and cultural rights, which is very close to sustainable development, human development, and cultural heritage, I set out 5 principles, and you can find my report in the webpage, the little section covered cultural rights. I said that any policies on cultural policies have to include cultural development, that sustainable development has to refer to models and stereotypes, sustainable development has to be self-determined and community-led, it must resist the one-size-fits-all model, and it must be forward-looking. And not just going to say how I envisage that these principles apply to cultural heritage. So first of all, it can include cultural development. I think that it is very important that all policies on protection of cultural heritage include the right to access and participation in cultural heritage. This is something that UNESCO and I are together in the last 18 months quite closely. So I have been in the committee of the second protocol to the main convention, and we issued a statement, the committee together with my office, we're saying that we can ignore protection of cultural heritage without protection of cultural rights, and that the work of the committee is very much linked to cultural rights. And looking forward to get to the other committees and ensuring that they understand, UNESCO understand this element. And this is something that has been a priority of my mandate since I took over in October 2021. As I mentioned before, UNESCO has been doing some amazing work on cultural rights and cultural heritage, and we have now created some projects together, and we work very closely together. So the United Nations and the right to cultural heritage benefit from the problems that they have, that UNESCO has, and maybe UNESCO can benefit from the work that we can be doing and the standards that are set out for cultural heritage. What is the added value of this? The added value of this is that the United Nations has very specific monitoring mechanisms. So part of it, the International Conference on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights has a very specific monitoring mechanism for the state. The state has to submit a report. This report goes to the community, and the community discusses whether they implement the Article 15. The human rights framework also has my role to ensure that the right to cultural heritage is implemented. So the human rights framework is quite, if you wish, the mechanisms of implementation are a little bit more rigorous than the UNESCO's, and also the role of civil society in the United Nations framework is much more hard than the role of NGOs in UNESCO. At the same time, UNESCO, we have learned a lot from UNESCO work that they have already been doing on cultural heritage, as I said. So this is how I think the cultural development relates to cultural heritage, and I hope that the regional approach that you will also please focus on the refer to the human rights instruments of culture that includes the right to cultural heritage. The second principle that I put forward for sustainable development also includes human development in the reversal of inequalities and stereotypes, and especially with states that have very clear and important parts of cultural heritage, the tendency is to focus on that mainstream, main cultural heritage, and maybe to ignore other groups and other peripheral aspects of cultural heritage that we have. So, and this is something that is very important. So the cultural heritage of in all states, the cultural heritage of minority groups has not been highlighted as much. If you have a look at the EU and the EU policy on protecting the right to cultural heritage, we will see that the minorities' cultural heritage is not projected as much being tangible cultural heritage or tangible cultural heritage. And I think that this is something that we have to reverse. Also, when minority and migrants, refugees, cultural heritage is being protected, we have related to a more folkloric understanding of this cultural heritage. And we are the ones the mainstream which at least experts are the ones that decide which parts of this heritage we should protect and which parts of the past of these people should not be protected, rather than ask these people themselves. So in this respect, I think that the reversal of inequalities and stereotypes is very important. And I always give the example in a Local Delta, Polish program in the 70s in Greece, the first book I read, and author that children of my generations read, was in Local Delta. And in there, although the books are still very, very popular and very interesting, but even there was a lot of talk about the heroic Greeks and the barbaric Turks. So that was set. So I think that this narrative went through at least the people of my generation from a very, very early stage. And I think that this is not, the Greek model is, you can see this everywhere. So it is really important that cultural heritage, protection of cultural heritage, reverses the inequalities and reverses the stereotypes. In my official visits to Germany, when I thought that a lot of work would have been done in this aspect, but some, the society sometimes choose the list of controversial minorities or migrants or other cultural heritage to protect, which maintains the stereotypes and maintains the inequalities. The third principle that I put down was that the sustainable development should be self-determined and community-led. And again, I was delighted, as I said, to listen to the expert talking about this project that a lot of work has been done on participation. I wonder whether we then move on from experts, iron experts. Of course, we'll take experts' views and work out, but also discuss about views and the opinions and the priorities of the local population and the views and the priorities of the different parts of the society. I found with great interest the discussion about the repaving of the Acropolis, and I was very interested to see the extent of participation and folk-like groups and inclusion of the local population, in addition to experts and what they felt should take place. But also when we talk about community-led, for example, when we have migration museums, it is very obvious to me that migration museums to a very high degree, many parts, definitely in Europe, that I have visited, and I have talked to their directors, focus on how amazing experts see the migration has taken place. And when I go to the question of how many migrants have consulted about this, the response at best is that we have these wonderful experts. So I think that it is very important for the future of cultural heritage is an inclusive future. And when I talk about participation, I don't just talk about the token migration, the token migrant that is going to come and say, yes, the project is doing very well, but what I am talking is also being looked at by the local communities or the local populations or the minority migrants, women, the people that have such exhibitions and such a development cultural practices and local support. The fourth principle is about this is a one-size-fits-all, and I think that I don't need to say anything more than this. And the fifth was about forward-looking, and I put it down to land again to see as in your project where you talk about digitalization at the moment is a very big buzzword, but also it makes us think about the future and the discussions and limits of artificial intelligence when it comes to the protection of cultural heritage is very important. So, we have the amazing benefits that we can take from AI and artificial intelligence, amazing benefits. Then at the same time, we hear a lot of people saying to me that lesser known languages are not going to survive artificial intelligence. And I know that in Quebec there is a lot of discussion about the French language and how the French language is going to survive artificial intelligence tools. I think that one should not forget the importance of education when it comes to the various aspects, formal education when it comes to cultural heritage, and I think that for the development of the individual, for the development of their identity, and again, looking at the past, understanding the past, criticizing the past as well, so that we can move to the future. And I think that in Greece, as some of the people grew up in Greece, Greece is this, and I still have my family in Greece, and I'm kind of half the year in Greece. So we have given it, and measure my experience is that we have given the consequences of the past. However, I think we have been very sensitive when it comes to criticizing the past, and in doing so, maybe we have not been able to open up cultural heritage to others, and also have a more reflective understanding of how our past is going to get us to our future. In this respect, Cyrus in the report said that he emphasized the importance of cultural heritage in education. And I think that these are the main issues that I want to talk about when it comes to the link between cultural heritage and human sustainable development. I'm delighted to hear more about this project, but also more about views regarding cultural heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Xanthaki. Your presentation was mostly inspiring, and you have given us the whole framework concerning the human dimension of cultural heritage through the protection of human rights, but also by clarifying concepts like cultural development or processes as the role of education in the way we reflect, perceive, exert critique to our cultural heritage, and the ways we move forwards concerning cultural creativity. And I'm very happy to hear that the adoption of a fourth pillar in sustainable development goals in the post-2030 agenda is under discussions. It will be a really challenging task, but we are looking forward to hearing more.
Give the floor to Jaime Lopez, who is a dear colleague and partner in the ReInΗerit consortium. And he has done many things beyond and extremely expanded curriculum from architect to, sorry, he has worked as an art curator, as a teacher, and I could say he's a mentor, both of cultural entrepreneurial culture and in terms of teaching and training professionals in the cultural domain. So Jaime, we are very happy to have you with us today. And we're looking forward to listen to your presentation on the ReInΗerit handbook on museums and heritage sites.
So the purpose of this presentation is to introduce the handbook on museum and cultural heritage sites collaboration and communication. Is a publication frame into the ReInΗerit project, which corresponds to the deliverable 5.2. Artes Hostelier has coordinated and written the handbook in collaboration with ECTM and with the support of other institutions from the ReInΗerit consortium, such as Bank of Cyprus, Cultural Foundation, the Scientific Art Museum, the University of Florence, and the Glass Museum. The handbook's contents are based on key findings on data collection. We have been working on consultation, internal and external experts, and all kind of documents from the e-commerce, UNESCO, Europa Nostra, etc. It's a digital cultural heritage ecosystem with an open-ended space, as the scholar has said a few minutes ago, in order to get all these professionals to collaborate, curation, content, experimentation, etc. So this digital hub is going to host all this ecosystem, and this handbook is one of the resources and training for the project. What's the handbook for? The ReInΗerit handbook has been crafted to meet the needs, interests of any kind of stakeholder across the cultural heritage and cultural tourism sectors. Our focus is offering a comprehensive resource that caters to professionals associated with diverse cultural heritage institutions and organizations. Based on the ReInΗerit project vision, the handbook aims at providing practical guidance for the improvement of collaboration and communication between museums, heritage sites, and the cultural tourism sector in order to optimize the flow of knowledge between professionals and the cultural experience, even of visitors. And what is that vision about? That vision is to understand that collaboration and communication are inherent agents in addressing and solving the various challenges that museums and heritage sites are facing today. So this communication and collaboration are the two pieces that are going to help us to solve and to reach that challenges. So the thematic priorities addressed in the handbook are developed through three central pillars, as you see in this slide, that are digitalization, sustainability, and continuous professional development. And then all the tasks related to that central pillars that are going to be develop in the handbook. The ReInΗerit handbook also addresses and contributes to solving the various challenges facing museums, heritage sites, and even the cultural tourism sector. The extensive research conducted by the ReInΗerit project has identified 7 dimensions of the key collaboration and communication challenges arising for these radical transformations of the sector. Here, in the slide, you can see the 7 sections, dimensions: staff cooperation, ethical issues, legal and ethical issues, digitalization, funding, audiences, climate change, and cultural tourism. So what we have done is, apart from detect the dimension, is to write the obstacles that institutions, museums, etc. should overcome, and then what is the challenge to achieve in the following years. Additionally, the ReInΗerit handbook thematic exploration align itself with the Sustainable Development Goals and the Horizon 2020 program. In this sense, the handbook to empower museums, heritage sites, and the cultural tourism sector to adopt an active role in fostering global sustainability while contributing to the inherent mission of cultural preservation and knowledge dissemination. And all these goals are addressed in chapter I will explain later, number 3, devoted to this relationship between professionals, and also in chapter number 4 and number 5, when we are dealing with issues like inclusion, like accessibility, like, for instance, awareness about climate change, etc. How is the handbook organized? Well, the ReInΗerit handbook is organized to provide attention to communication and collaboration, as I have said, and is divided in 7 chapters. The first chapter is about project details, handbook objectives, methodological files of the project. The second chapter is about all type of key definitions of museum, cultural heritage sites, cultural tourism, and the core of the handbook is in chapter number 3, 4, and 5, in which we are dealing with this communication and collaboration. First of all, number 3, between professionals in the sector, and number 4, with people, with the public. who are coming to the museums and to heritage sites. Number 5 is totally devoted to the cultural tourism sector. Number 6 is the principles of the program, of the handbook, of the sector, how to develop all these recommendations, and how, very important, the ReInΗerit project is going to contribute in the future for this program. Finally, number 7 is our reference bibliography of the project. At the beginning of chapter 3, 4, and 5, we have included very interesting maps of audiences and stakeholders who can intervene in communication and cooperation dynamics. With these general maps, both professionals and those interested in the area can have a general overview of the actors who can energize and participate in current communication dynamics in the cultural, heritage, and tourism sectors. The manual is also plenty of graphics, boxes with current examples, with practices even, and finally, to facilitate self-reflection, at the end of this section, we have included this box called Make It Your Own. Make It Your Own is the slogan of the ReInΗerit project. It's very important to optimize daily practice and finally to reinforce the knowledge of people who are going to use this handbook. And with regard to the topic of this first session, this conference, the social dimension of sustainable development is addressed mainly in chapter number 4.2 of the handbook, recommendations of sustainable communication between museums and visitors, and focus in 2 aspects, accessibility and social inclusion. In the current context, museums have the imperative to know how to move and grow as an open space where the different identities, local communities, etc. can take place. We need to ensure that museums and heritage sites belong to everyone and are for everyone. So it's important to eliminate these multiple barriers with groups underrepresented in the community of at risk of social exclusion. It's important to know, to let museums to develop the social role in the community and to know in the territory who are these people in order to interact with them. So in the handbook that you see here, you can see that we are providing with a program for social inclusion initiatives in museums and heritage sites, for instance, cultural revitalization and collaborative curation. It's important to engage with people for curation of exhibitions, artistic inspiration and revitalization of the arts, incorporation of cultural appropriate collection care, taking into account the knowledge of these people who are belonging to that communities, for example, in terms of restorations of art, enhancing the museum knowledge of the collections, loans for museums and community exhibition programming, and cultural use of museum collections, and finally providing input on the museum's public programs, including presentations and planning. We are also giving some steps to generate an inclusive process. It's important to make a diagnosis of groups that may be at risk of exclusion in the territory, in local areas, identify their main problems, and to design a collaboration action plan that includes representatives and members of underrepresented groups so they can participate, design a plan for approaching the community in case there is an opportunity, planning an appropriate strategy for the dissemination and diffusion of knowledge with these groups, and finally encourage a dialogue, table discussion, and activities for visitors, etc. And the other issue related to social sustainability is addressing the accessibility. Accessibility refers to providing equal access to all people, regardless of their physical, cognitive, or experiential ability. This also refers to the process by which organizations enable multiple audiences to make a sense of culture in different ways. So it's really one of the means of the inclusion of audiences. So in this sense, we recommend the DALCO criteria that is proposed by the Spanish Standardization Agency, was proposed in 2007, that can be applied to evaluate and strengthen accessibility in areas, as you can see here, mobility, communication, and cognitivity. That means deambulation, attention, location, and communication. This is a criteria that was at the beginning designed for the environment, but then it was moved into other aspects, like for instance, cultural heritage institutions. So in mobility, we are talking about the physical space, constructive aspects, furnishing, optical marking, accessible exhibitions, rest areas, accessible restroom. Then we are talking about the communication, the diversity of situations in the physical or virtual tools that can provide non-limiting information to specific conditions of the person, generating an environment of clarity, usability, and access to information of different formats and languages. That means diversity of languages, braille systems, oral, auditory, written, audiovisual support, simplicity, and clarity of messages. And then is the message, it's cognitivity, how these people are going to understand all our messages, because we need that communication with the audiences. It's referring to all the theoretical, practical aspects that offer degrees of complexity for the assimilation and understanding. Use of different degrees of structure of complexity in ranges of activities, and the use of simple context transmitted into a clear way to explain complex issues, multisensory expression devices. We are also giving some tips on accessibility strategies applied to museums and websites, like creating multisensory communicative experiences, like to visitor sensory or sensor motor intelligence, or designing exhibitions, conceiving a narrative by appealing a wide range of senses at the same time, which can include tactical experiences, audio guides, and interactive exhibits, and disseminating them, developing and disseminating exciting aspects of sensory sensitive audiences with designated quiet areas, for instance, creating social stories within communication media channels that explain what visitors can expect when they visit the museum, in social stories, even creating social stories that lead narratives that communicate content information in a playful way sometimes, and communicating the existence of different services from breathing rooms of spaces for childcare, sitting areas, and services including wheelchairs, strollers, and etc. And finally, I wanted to give some policy concluding remarks related to social sustainability. The first one is that we need inclusive digital upskilling initiatives. We need to invest in programs to upskill the digital literacy of all age groups and educational backgrounds. And we need to work with cultural heritage organizations and provide funding to develop digital upskilling programs that are tailored to the needs of the sector. It's something, a problem that we detected in the ReInΗerit project when we did our research about these little and medium organizations, museum heritage sites that didn't have the funding to develop all these recommendations we are giving. So we need this funding for them. And the second one policy is community-focused museum policies. We need to implement solutions that make local communities more welcoming and accessible to museums, establishing mutually beneficial relationships, to provide funding of cultural heritage organizations to reduce admission fees, offer free admissions, or developing programs that specifically target underserved communities, and finally encourage cultural heritage organizations to reach out to local communities and develop partnerships with other organizations in the community. It's like to follow all this new role of the museum that has been approved last year, that puts in the center the people. No? We are serving the people. Well, with these recommendations, I finish my presentation. Thank you very much. Have any question?
I found very interesting your reference to the standardization processes concerning
social system stability, accessibility, and social inclusion. And this means that we are witnessing a policy from promoting cultural rights, human rights in general, to implementing special and practical dimensions when it comes to museums and heritage sites. So thank you so much. And now please allow me to give the floor to our next speaker, Manos Bukiukas from the European Cultural Tourism Network.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to start by congratulating the organizers, our partners in the Reinherit project, the group Shield ReInΗerit Committee. We're organizing this because we had a lot of interaction in the project, or as it is officially called, the Coordinator Support Action for ReInΗerit. We had a lot of interaction via online facilities like Zoom and MS Teams and so on. But it's very nice to come together in a physical sense, which actually last time we had this as a consortium was last year, so it's almost a year ago. We had other events, like we had an event in Brussels and an event in Cyprus, but this was side events and only few partners participated. By way of introduction, I would like to outline the role of the CTN and what we do. We're formed in Brussels in May 2009, so next year we'll celebrate 15 years of activities. It was a merger of two previous networks. One had the South and East focus, European, South and East Europe members, and the other one had North and West, so we came together and we joined the two networks. And currently now, we started with 6 members, now we have 39 members in 21 countries. Actually, I'm very pleased to say that now this is 40 members in 22 countries, because last week we were joined by the first member we have in France, Simone Loire. And we have also not only EU countries, but also non-EU or accession countries, like Georgia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Moldova maybe. As a CTN, we're proud that we're a founding member of the European Heritage Alliance, which was formed in 2010 by some 13 organizations. Now there are 60 organizations of cultural heritage all over Europe, all of pan-European bodies like ICOMOS, ICOM, MIMO. They're members. We're the only member, or we used to be the only member that had exclusive tourism focus. Now, actually, there's also European Travel Commission, and Nextdoor have joined since. This is run by Europa Nostra. You're very familiar. The aim is to bring together all the cultural heritage organizations in Greece, in Europe, to work together to influence also the European policies, in European Union institutions, programs, and so forth. Currently, there is an initiative to influence the next European elections. First of all, to mobilize people to go and vote, especially the younger generations, and put the cultural heritage on the agenda of the European elections next year, the European Parliament. The other membership we have is in the European Tourism Manifesto Alliance, which actually there are 60 organizations that come from the tourism sector. So at one stage we were the only organization that had a membership of both the European Heritage Alliance and the European Tourism Manifesto Alliance. So we bring together these two sectors, the cultural heritage and the tourism sector, all over Europe and at our European level through European Union institutions. And we're very proud that we were selected in 2018, 5 years ago, to be the stakeholder of the European Cultural Heritage Year, 2018, which now actually still produces results. as we hear later as well. Now the Tourism Manifesto has the European elections also in sight, and we're trying to bring the cultural heritage into the tourism sector and bring the cultural tourism aspects into the cultural heritage. Now, the best practices on cultural heritage management is actually the full title. This is a task aligned to the legacy of the European Year of Cultural Heritage 2018, so it's still have a link to that, through the framework of action on cultural heritage that was produced a year later, 2019. The idea is to boost skills on cultural heritage professionals, so the handbook that Jaime presented also fits into this framework. The overall objective is to produce a handbook for professionals and the best practice guide, which we'll talk about, and to enhance knowledge on communication and collaboration, on conservation and preservation, including cultural tourism development, through mobility exchanges, study visits. We had a study visit in Brussels in May, and implications for research and innovation. The final task, which is very important, is also to produce or draft the implications for research and innovation agenda for the next, or so-called next Horizon program, actually the current Horizon Europe program that started last year and will go on until 2027 officially, but with the N+3 2030. So there's plenty of time to influence this research and innovation agenda through our outputs. There are three tasks in this work: the study visits to cultural heritage organizations that I mentioned. We had the study visits in Brussels last May. The handbook that Jaime presented for museums and heritage sites to enhance collaboration and communication with guidelines, and the best practice guide, which is actually based on inputs of all partners and actually stakeholders as well, that were here today, some stakeholders, for sustainable cultural heritage models. In terms of what we call a best practice, or what qualifies as a best practice, is an initiative, a project, a policy, a system, a process, a technique, a strategy, a methodology, a solution, a plan, or a routine, a benchmark, a standard, perhaps, a baseline, a convention that somebody has set up, an approach, even an informal approach, a scheme, a measure, or a model, which has proven to be successful in a specific place or situation, and which has the possibility to be transferred to another region, wholly or partly, with adaptations. Of course, the best practice cannot be transferred 100% as it is in one place. It has to be adapted, and perhaps parts of it, or maybe combined with other best practices. So that's by the way of definition. In terms of reporting, all partners contribute to relevant best practices online. There's an online form which partners and stakeholders can fill in and submit. It has to be, this form is based on proven successful model of Interreg Europe good practice database, so-called good practice database. Now there is a discussion, is it good practice or is it best practice? Here we call it best practice. So it is even better than the good practice. It has to be outstanding in that sense. And the contents is the title, the summary, the description itself, the resources required to implement, the challenges that have been faced and solutions found, evidence of success, very important, what makes a good practice successful, and with some metrics perhaps, but not necessarily, could be also qualitative, potential for learning or transfer, keywords and websites and further information that the user can find out more about best practice, because the best practice description is very brief, a limited number of characters, and therefore there's other opportunity. If somebody is interested, gets a description of 1,000 words, and then can go to find out more about what the best practice is all about in further details in reports or websites and so forth. Now at LCTN we also involve our members, 40 plus members, to get expertise, to identify and document suitable best practices in other countries external to the consortium that we have here, the 8 countries we have here. We have further 20 other countries that we can involve, or we're involved in. And not only on cultural tourism, I must say, because our members have access to the cultural heritage professionals in its destination, and therefore can bring in best practices of cultural heritage management in the destinations as appropriate. The guide includes implications for the Horizon Europe, or will include the Horizon Europe Research and Innovation Agenda, and this all is included in the digital hub. Actually, we were hoping to launch today, but in the next days, if you go to the heritage, to the digital hub of ReInΗerit, there's a special link on the menu, and you can connect with the best practices. It's still not active today, but it will be active in the next days. Now, examples of best practices could be in archaeology, cultural heritage tourism, UNESCO World Heritage Sites, the European Heritage Label Sites, cultural roots of Council of Europe, that's also eligible, interesting, industrial heritage, and intangible heritage, something that is sometimes forgotten. And other forms of heritage, maritime, coastal, culinary heritage for gastronomy, tourism, particularly greening the cultural heritage with climate actions. Also, virtual reality, augmented reality, gamification, metaverse, if appropriate, if there's something already to report. CCIs, cultural creative industries, contribution, in particular to cultural creative tourism, but not only. The cultural heritage management based on CCIs, and enhance the visitor experience. This is very important. That's all what we do with digitalization, how the visitor can get a better experience, an immersive experience, or inspiring experience through digital means in particular. The several types that you can choose in the menu, from general cultural heritage management to smart tourism, to digital exhibitions that we have in ReInΗerit, to sustainability, accessibility, environmental and climate change impacts, VR, AR, virtual reality, innovation, knowledge forms, anything and nobody is of interest, IPR, intellectual property rights, also maybe we should add this cultural rights, communication between museums and heritage sites according to the handbook. All these are interesting and eligible aspects to report. Now, I'd like to highlight one best practice that we have developed. It's a cultural route development based on intangible heritage. It's about the mythology, poetry, theater, and visual arts of Argonautica. The Argonautic exhibition, that is mythology, but also is the poet in poetry, Polonius Rhodius. It's also in the Greek ancient theater. It's depicted in paintings and frescoes of the Renaissance all over Europe, sculptures, and also contemporary art in the various languages, and also Hollywood films, artifacts that are scattered all over Europe, from Louvre in France, pottery, statue in BS-GreekNationalCommittee Museum in London, Jason, also in Barcelona Museum in Florence, in Versailles, fresco, the arrival of Jason in Colchis. So there is a lot of material there, artifacts, cultural heritage, knowledge forms that can be used to develop cultural heritage products and services, and for us, cultural tourism, sustainable cultural tourism. Through Greece to Colchis, the ancient Colchis in Georgia, modern day Georgia, through the Danube to the Adriatic Sea, through Italy to the Tyrrhenian Sea, North Africa back to the Aegean Sea, and glorious return to Iolkos, present day Volos in Greece, my hometown, and eventually to Corinth, and that's also depicted in the, or included in the Euripides Medea, excellent theatre. Other best practices highlights that we can mention come from within the within the ReInΗerit project, like the ReInherit shop that is active on the digital hub, where you can download a lot of information, a lot of digital artifacts. Very interesting also, even Christmas cards you can download. This is by Bank of Cyprus Cultural Foundation, documented. The co-creation workshops with university students by the Museum of Cycladic Art. Game of traces on CCI's and cultural capital of Matera, by Matera Hub. There's the Styrian iron route, very interesting, in Austria, by the University of Graz, and by the Greek Committee of Blue Shield, the Parago being produced with agricultural connections. So that's all I have to say about the best practice. It will be active very soon. We welcome all partners to continue contributing, and this will be online in addition to the webinars and to the cultural heritage fact sheets and all the rest of it that is in the digital hub and the digital exhibitions. There's a lot of material there. There will be also the best practices that anybody can download, find out more information if necessary, but also contribute. And we will encourage stakeholders to contribute. They will not be directly visible. They will go through some kind of evaluation, will give some feedback if there is some improvements that can be made or some clarifications, but eventually will be visible on the digital hub and will be with credits to the author and to the owner of the best practice. The author could be different to the owner. As long as the author identifies the owner and gives credit to whom has implemented this best practice, that somebody else can document it. That's perfectly acceptable also in internet. There's no issue of property rights. If you feel that you have to request permission by the owner, you can do that as well. Okay,
thank you so much. You have reached everything reference to education, the significance of education that was mentioned by Professor Santaki. Peer knowledge, codified peer knowledge. This is what peer knowledge, it's empirical knowledge shared by professionals, which is a very useful practical guide for other professionals. This work is precious, but also you have mentioned intellectual property rights issues having to do with this best practices guide that will be public in a short while, which was also mentioned by Professor Stamatis at the beginning of our conference. Thank you so much. And now I will move.
Can I add that?
Yes, of course.
The skills, the connection with skills is very strong. It's developing skills for cultural heritage professionals, in addition, of course, to what skills they have, in new forms of expressions and so forth. And this year, particularly, is the European Year of Skills. So we're also connecting with this. We'll contribute to the European Year of Skills that will actually run until middle of next year. So this is also a very strong synergy with the European Year of Skills.
Thank you so much. And I will give the floor to the fellow Bandega.
Hello everyone, I'm so happy to be here today. Before we proceed with our presentation on accessibility in museums and the ReInΗerit case, I would like to show you a brief video that has been produced in the framework of ReInΗerit, just to introduce you to the framework of accessibility and inclusion in museums. the Museum of Cycladic Art as an EU projects coordinator. Today we will talk about the right to accessibility in museums and the ReInΗerit project. First of all, what we all know is that museums are very much connected to social demands. Museums are committed to expand the scope of their activities to increase inclusion levels and community engagement. Of course, this is made possible by the creation of a series of actions such as educational activities, workshops, guided tours, as well as the use of new technologies both inside and outside the museum. Of course, these actions address the wider public and, of course, vulnerable social groups. Museums, in this way, they try to fulfill their journey in a way to become more accessible and inclusive for all. Accessibility needs to be a central perspective when we plan our strategic operations, and of course, it has to be a key component of exhibition planning. Accessibility in museums means that museum services are accessible to all who can visit, look around and experience what each museum offers. This happens when different information, from practical information such as museum opening hours and ticket prices to content of the exhibition and different activities, are organized and offered in multi-sensory ways. I would like to say just a few words on the Museum of Cycladic Art and what we have done so far in terms of accessibility. This is an overview of our building and the Staphatos Mansion, which is a historical building in the center of Athens. As you can see, first of all, accessibility begins at the entrance of each building. You can see our accessibility ramps over here, but it does not end here, of course. The Museum of Cycladic Art was founded in 1986 to host the archaeological collection of Mykolos and Dolioulandris with works of Cycladic and ancient Greek art. Currently, our permanent collections are organized in 4 thematic units: Cycladic culture, ancient Greek culture, Cypriot culture, and scenes of everyday life in antiquity. The exhibition of Cycladic art is one of the most complete private collections of Cycladic art in the world. Marble figurines, vases made of marble clay and bronze tools shed light on the civilization in the 3rd millennium BC. The museum's exhibition of ancient Greek art traces a journey through time, focuses on the indelible socio-political developments such as the birth of the ancient city, the emergence of democracy, and the creation of the first Mediterranean empires, with the exhibition of Cypriot antiquities of Thanos and Dilis to be also one of our largest collections and very important, with numerous objects telling the story of an island civilization that combined Aegean, Egyptian, and Near Eastern influences in art. Of course, the tour of the museum is completed with a collection of objects that revive everyday life in the city of classical times, using Athens as a guide, combining explanatory texts with audiovisual presentation and 3D illustrations. As you can see, collections are in a contemporary style. There are interactive media, and apart from that, permanent collections are accessible by people with hearing loss, while Cycladic art collection is accessible by also people with blindness. As you can see, we have these sign language videos, and apart from that, over the 10 years, the Museum of Cycladic Art focused on finding ways to address and support visitors with sensory disabilities. Inclusive educational activities were developed and implemented by the museum for children and adults with visual impairments and children and adults who are deaf and hard of hearing. We managed to increase accessibility, and this was made possible also through programs and research programs, namely which supported inclusion. We collaborated with other distinguished institutions in the framework of EU-funded projects, and of course we had direct collaboration with the immediate target groups and schools for the blind. The program In Touch was launched in 2022 to enable people with sensory disabilities, including vision and hearing impairment, to access the permanent Cycladic art exhibition. The program was realized within the framework of the European Erasmus Plus program and implemented with the support of our strategic partner, Eurolife FFH. It was designed in close collaboration with a non-profit organization called Meala Matia, and Hands Up, the first sign language interpreting company in Greece, and was launched for the people, for the visitors, after a pilot which ran with focus groups with individuals with sensory impairment. It includes three main components: a thematic tour and a mobile showcase for persons with visual impairment, multisensory museum kit related to Cycladic culture, featuring the marble figurines of the Cycladic collection of the museum and the associated geographical historical background, and a series of actions to make the museum accessible to deaf or hard of hearing persons. The permanent exhibition of Cycladic art includes a video of a recorded tour in the Greek Sign Language, accompanied by Greek subtitles and international signs with English subtitles. As you can see here, this is the mobile showcase. So what happens? When a visitor who is blind visits the museum, they can take this mobile showcase, and this showcase includes certain stops with the key exhibits, so they can feel and touch the exhibit and have a tactile experience of the material, of its shape, and it feels like they understand exactly its size and how it would look like. The multisensory museum kit is another product which includes marble figurines, tactile books, watermarks, video tutorials, and pieces of foam, and embroidered maps of the Cyclades. And it's something that also is borrowed by schools for the blind and can be used in class. And as I said before, and this is very important, it's very crucial to include the direct target groups of the actions in all stages of production of the material, and of course involve them in the decision making. So fostering collaboration between museums and local disability advocacy organizations to gain insights, feedback, and partnership in implementing accessibility initiatives can lead to museums becoming accessible and, of course, more relevant and inclusive. Now that I have introduced you to what we do about accessibility and inclusion at the Museum of Cycladic Art, let's move on to the ReInΗerit exhibitions. The ReInΗerit exhibitions, under the title Rethinking, were three thematic exhibitions. They were part of the project, and they were developed by the three museum partners of our projects, namely the Museum of Cycladic Art in Athens, the Bank of Cyprus Cultural Foundation in Nicosia, and the Graz Museums in Graz, Austria. These exhibitions focused on social issues which have been relevant to the world from antiquity to present days. These were the main topics we worked under were identities, social conflicts, and craftsmanship. The Museum of Cycladic Art led the development of the exhibition Identities, Gender Diversity Discrimination. This exhibition focused on identities and their social dimension, emphasizing gender diversity and discrimination. You can see here these images are from our exhibitions when they were on show at our museum. The thinking exhibitions featured audio descriptions which made the exhibits accessible to people who cannot see them. And apart from that, the Museum of Psychiatric Art included copies of the exhibits of our collection, so visitors could also be exposed to the tactile experience. As you can see here, we had a projection of the exhibit. There were tablets which created an interactive experience for the visitors because they could zoom in, zoom out, learn more about the exhibit, and also copies, and people could actually touch the exhibits. More photos here, as you can see how it looked like. We also included the wall texts, as you can see. There were intro and outro stations. Here, people could also create their own, let's say, psychedelic figurine through these magnetic boards. And we also included a path in our permanent collection connected to the narrative of ReInΗerit. During the design of the Rethinking Identities exhibition, our aim, of course, was to create an exhibition which would be open to all social groups. So we encouraged the inclusion of people with sensory disabilities in order to also show that museums should be places which encourage people to visit them. We organized a sign and language guided tour, one for each thematic exhibition, and the guided tours were facilitated by one of our museum staff and a sign language interpreter from the Hands Up agency. More pictures for these guided tours. It was very interesting that we had young people participating, and we really loved that. Apart from the guided tours in sign language and accessibility, Rethinking exhibitions offered a safe and open to all space in which we explored themes such as the fluidity of gender, identity, and diachronic social issues through creative workshops and parallel activities in dialogue with the Identities exhibition. More specifically, we organized a series of activities such as an online talk on gender and relevant internal conflicts titled Emotional Conflicts and Bodily Protests, a workshop with teenagers with the title of Identities delivered by a non-profit company called Cinemathesis, and a creative workshop with the title It's a Shirt with a youth group in collaboration with an artist and designer. And within this exhibition, we also created a mini exhibition with works of arts of young people, people who participated in our workshops. So this ran in parallel and in connection with their Thinking Identities for a week at the museum. And of course, some images from the creations of our workshop participants during the exhibition. And some key conclusions. It's very important to create synergies between different sectors and the cultural sector through multidisciplinary projects that empower actually the cultural sector and play an important role in promoting equal access, sustainability, and well-being. A creation of strong local networks with different stakeholders. It is important to reach out to schools, municipalities, ministries, NGOs, transportation authorities, and private sectors to co-produce key actions that will strengthen the cultural heritage sector. New ways of interaction and co-creation with our communities is important, so their voice is being heard and considered. Design and support funding programs of longer duration will lead to the development of products and services which will enable researchers to be even more responsive to the accessibility needs of the cultural heritage sector. and enable up-to-date research evidence to support policy decisions. And of course, let's stress here the importance to develop and enforce clear accessibility standards and guidelines for all museums within the state. These standards should align with national and international accessibility best practices, create grant programs to provide financial support to museums for making necessary accessibility improvements, such as installing ramps, elevators, braille signage, and accessibility restrooms. Museum staff needs to undergo mandatory training in disability awareness, etiquette, accessibility best practices. Accessibility labeling for museums in certain countries which do not have this system is also a way for motivation for museums to become more accessible. And of course, allocation of funds for the ongoing maintenance and upkeep of accessibility features in museums. I would like to thank you and wishing you all the best for the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Case studies concerning the implementation of the right to access cultural heritage that Professor Xanthaki referred to from the legal point of view, and Jaime also on behalf of the ReInΗerit Consortium and the Handbook for Professionals. And finding the right to access to cultural heritage does not only request willingness on behalf of the museums. It also needs skills. It also needs funding, and it also needs to focus on a specific methodology. So these groups of audience. These audiences should not feel neglected, or marginalized. Thank you so much.
About the difference between best practice and good practice, and the conversation about what it should be called. I'm absolutely fundamentally and completely on the side of calling everything good practice, because if you call it best practice, you give, certainly in English, the implication that you can't do any better. And so you have finished the process. And if you say good practice, then you can always improve on it. That's not a criticism, it's just a linguistic observation.
Thank you very much.
It's unfortunate that when the original paper was written, we were open. Best practice. But I take your point. In our work, we come across all these things, especially Interreg Europe has a good practice database. And in fact, they say even it doesn't have to be a best practice, because even some experience with a bad practice is also of interest. It's something that tried and failed is also of interest.
Absolutely.
So emphasis on practice should remain.
Absolutely.
Yes, this is the practical hints of implementation. This is the most important.
Well, I think that interaction among professionals is a very good opportunity to reflect on practices used and not only cooperate, but have different ideas and different perspectives of how other professionals face the same or similar situations as you.
Can I add that in the Heritage Hub, in the Heritage Hub that has been relaunched recently, anybody can join, and there are several chat rooms there, covering all these points that I mentioned. We run the cultural tourism room, we started, but there are others that people can actually log in and make a conversation with other similarly minded professionals. We had a chat on industrial heritage, There was another chat last week, something else which I failed to follow, but there's opportunity through the digital hub to interact. Unfortunately, we don't foresee interaction on the best practice. We cannot come back and add comments that visible to everybody, but we can do that through the chat room.
Other comments or questions?
Okay, so again, an anecdote, as we've got a little time. I was involved in the redisplay of the museum at the World Heritage Site at Avebury. So a massive Neolithic monument, part of the Avebury and Stonehenge World Heritage Site. And we brought in some designers to sit with the archaeologists and others who were going to think about the redisplay of the museum. And the first conversation was that they insisted there must be a full-scale Neolithic man as the first thing that you saw when you came into the exhibition. And I thought many of my archaeological colleagues were going to have heart attacks, because they all said, no, absolutely not, because we don't know what people in the Neolithic look like. We know what the human looked like, but we don't know what they wore. And this was 5 or 6 years before Utsi was found in the Alps. So there was no indication. There were bits of cloth in some excavations, so they said no. But the designers insisted. And so after many, many consultations, we were also working with school children, and the school children gave us the most, we asked them what they wanted to see in the museum, and they gave us the most depressing list for an archaeologist that I have ever seen, because none of the questions that they asked could an archaeologist answer. And if anybody's interested in this, there's an article that's been written all about it. But they carried on with the insistence of the man. So we had the man, but we cut him down the middle. And on one side, we had his clothes, which were very tatty and torn. They were one colour, the weaving was bad, his shoes would not keep water out, his hair was tatty and his beard was long and everything. On the other side, he had beautifully woven clothes with different colours. His boots were as good as any boots you could buy today. His hair was plaited and beautifully kept beard. He had facial tattooing and marking, and it was there. And at the bottom, as you walked into the museum, there was I don't know if you all know it, but the Flintstones, the old thing, yeah? So Fred Flintstone was being sent off, and we said in the caption, we don't know what people in the Neolithic looked like, but we do know they didn't look like Fred Flintstone. So he has to go and go around the exhibition and decide yourselves. And I was there on the day of the opening of the museum with a 12-year-old girl who had been part of the groups who had said, we want to know, did their houses have upstairs? Did they have birthdays? Did they celebrate Christmas or give presents? Where did they go to the toilet? All of these things which we had no idea how to answer. But we then tried to in the exhibition. But this little 12-year-old girl looked at this man divided in half, and she said, well, it's obvious. And so we said, okay, what's obvious? And she said, well, those are his working clothes, and those are his Sunday best. I think I remember that there were 37 PhDs, 37 higher degrees in the group who developed that, and not one of us had thought of that as an explanation of the model.
So visitors, especially the young ones, can create their own narrative.
Absolutely, and not can, but do, always.
Actually, something similar is being done in Reinherit with co-creation. Not at this extent. We didn't have such an imagination, but we'll do our best.
Yes, we encourage the visitors to share their own narrative with us in a sense, either through answering questions or participating in our workshops and sharing something of their personal experience.
Yeah.
May I add something about what you mentioned? The truth is that in the lake of Zurich, some years ago, the standard of the lake fell, and they found all around in the mud pieces of textile. And the textile was so intricate, the stitches were so like blue jeans today, like summit that we call the Byzantine summit. So you're right, because they may knew very well. And it is like with la mode. Everything is changing, is evaluating. You have another view. Perhaps not every 6 years, but anyway, it is important.
And now I'm very happy to introduce Susanna Dahl from the Arganda University of Applied Science.
Good morning, everyone. Let me just start here. Yes, good morning from Helsinki, from the Arganda University of Applied Sciences. We have a very fresh, sunny and snowy morning here today, so very different temperatures than what you are experiencing. I am going to, I'd also like to, of course, thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. The subject is very, very broad that I have as my undertitle here, so I will only be taking up some very selective perspectives and definitions that have been inspired by a Nordic mindset, but actually also a mindset of urban culture projects and street culture. Continue here on the subject of making it our own, and also maybe looking at some radical forms of co-creation, because I think if we want to involve communities, local communities and audiences, and especially if we want to engage young people, I think we might need also a bit of a radical mindset change. So the first thing that is important, I think, in a democratized approach to cultural heritage is the need to foster trust between cultural heritage professionals and visitors. So what is some ways that this could be done? Start with a blank page. So basically, it means letting the audience and visitors be part of the planning from the beginning of the project. So involve them from the very start. And this is also, I think, one of the main principles of co-creation. Then engage the communities. So have them be a continuous presence in the planning process. So don't just forget about them after the beginning. Have them there so that they can be part of an iterative process. So that means you test different types of scenarios. You can test different types of parts of exhibitions that are designed. Do fast prototyping, which is a method that is used in service design and also in service design of museum exhibitions. Don't spend a lot of money, just do it fast, easy, so you get an idea, then you get feedback from the community and from the visitors. And then you can improve aspects of the exhibition. But it also means that you're very actively communicating that the community is part of the process in an ongoing way. Then also be transparent, so regarding decision making and progress of the projects. Let them know what you're doing, let them know which decisions you're taking and why, and make it possible for them to influence these decisions. So basically, involve the people. So, now we get to the more kind of like street culture part of my presentation, and here I would like to talk about an approach that is maybe a bit radical, and it's also taking its cue from urban culture and development projects. So I've written here that use a tactical museology approach. So what could this mean? It means that you could use a kind of guerrilla museology and develop a series of pop-up museum projects. So a tactical museology approach would mean that you would have fast, cheap, and action-oriented approach to making meaningful civic changes to museums and the local context and spaces they are embedded in. So having kind of DIY spirit in the actions that you involve, and have visitors appropriate museum spaces. So making it very clear to them that the museum is a space for them to organize things, a space for them to organize dialogues and discuss issues that are important to them and to their identity and to local questions and to questions of sustainability. But this, of course, requires that the visitors and the potential new audiences have similar intentions and motivations as museums, and that these motivations are those of culture and community, and culture in the sense of everyday culture. So if we want to create sustainable museums from below, through this kind of grassroots action, you can renew ways of being in museums, materially, socially, and symbolically, and support sustainability by, for example, using existing museum spaces and resources in new ways, meeting local needs, constructing community, and signaling that museums are spaces for community making. And it contributes to knowledge and skills creation. And of course, this type of grassroots action, it does and it will challenge conventional museum practices by forming new partnerships and creating new ways of supporting community, new ways of engaging in doing politics hands-on. Because I think a lot of these kind of actions, they're also political. And as museums, I think it is very necessary to create dialogues that discuss the very local and global political issues that we're facing as a planet at this very moment. So what about democratic definitions? Well, as has been mentioned here previously today, cultural heritage is very much an issue of identity. So we should see heritage as part of everyday life, and also as very common objects, as processes of making, so creating with your hands, as landscapes, as everyday traditions. So basically, also as ordinary culture. Because I think, and this I think applies also quite much to young people, at least here in the Nordic context, that they feel that cultural heritage is about dusty objects that has no relevance to their lives. And we've had a small project here in Alfado where we've asked our students to think about museum objects or cultural heritage of the future, and ask them to think about objects, everyday objects that are in their lives today or have been in their lives that would be displayed in museums of the future. And one of the goals of that is to make them understand and realize that these objects can be very ordinary types of objects as well. And then to discuss and document meaning and value of heritage, and in that, of course, involving all types of people, to initiate dialogues and to develop multilingual civic platforms. I mean, I come from a bilingual country, and of course one that has people from many other countries as well living here that speak different languages than Finnish and Swedish that are the official languages of Finland. So I think it's very important that you have civic platforms that are in languages that everyone can understand, so we can involve also those parts of the population that maybe aren't the normal visitors to museums. And then of course involving all types of people means also gender-wise and ability-wise. And also we need to be aware that people are active agents in shaping their living environments. So cultural heritage is something that is very much socially produced, and that we need to use a bottom-up and people-based heritage approach so that we really involve these local communities. But also, I think another key to furthering inclusiveness is to have an innovation mindset, and that should be also very much stressed in organizations that work with cultural heritage issues. But it also means flexibility in funding structures in order to enable this type of experimentation. And I think this is very often a hindrance because a lot of these funding structures are very rigid and that they're quite narrow, even when they talk about supporting innovation. It is difficult when you have an experimentation mindset. It's very difficult to in advance say exactly what is going to be the outcome of a project. So to allow for that flexibility so that things develop as the process moves on. But then also more flexibility in leadership. So premiering in a kind of horizontal type of leadership or team leadership. Because that means that people will have more freedom to experiment and they can also develop and start different types of spontaneous projects, which is difficult if the leadership structures are very rigid and they don't give space for this type of action and activity within the organizations. And this is actually an issue that came up when I did this primary research for the ReInΗerit project and I interviewed different professionals. Then this issue came up repeatedly, actually. So I think this is very important to keep in mind. So what is inclusive heritage? Here are some central aspects, I think, that it's timeless, so it's universal, so it resonates with many different people. Also that it's enjoyable, so that it resonates with me, the things that are interesting to me, and me is, of course, a variety of audiences. And then that it's multifunctional, so that it can be used in context also outside of the museum. So it's not only connected and tied to what happens inside the museum, but it can be exported outside and it can be part of outreach types of activities that are organized, so that the museums can easily go to where the people are instead of asking the people to come to where they are. So a flexibility in that sense as well. Then I have very few and short recommendations here, how we could support more inclusive and democratic approaches to cultural heritage. Well, one of course is training for cultural heritage professionals in facilitation skills, in communication, and in issues of diversity, of being able to tap into the diversity of local communities and of potential new audiences to attend museums and exhibitions that also resonate with them. Then in terms of recruitment, that's also a very important step in increasing diversity of subjects of exhibitions and diversity of approaches, is by having people that work in museums that represent the diversity of society. So I think very much, and also I see this in Finland, you have people that basically represent the middle class, white population, still quite narrow group of people when you consider how diverse potential audience groups are. And then also inclusivity, so engaging diversity, having advisory boards in museums where you would have, for example, representation of youth, of sexual minorities, of accessibility experts, so people with disabilities sitting on boards that can give useful advice to museums. And then education, so the education of cultural heritage professionals. It needs to deal more with diversity issues, so that is included in their future work. And then a very central question, and that's communicating the importance of heritage for all. That heritage is something that is everywhere, and it's part of everyone's life. So basically, everyone has access to and right to enjoy cultural heritage and to present cultural heritage that they feel is important to them. And then support innovation, so in funding, so having more flexible funding structures, also in terms of operational structures, so there more flexibility, and then as well flexibility in leadership models. But I would like to end here with a quote that is taken from the Finnish government's resolution on cultural heritage strategy, and this is for the years 2023 to 2030. It was published in April this year, where they say that the meaning of cultural heritage has been strengthened. This is the future view. The meaning of cultural heritage has been strengthened and has as a result improved people's quality of life. Cultural heritage functions as a bridge between people and offers solutions for the building of a sustainable future. So our government has very clearly focused on the role of sustainability as part of cultural heritage and cultural heritage activities. And it's actually the first broad analysis of cultural heritage in Finland, and where cultural heritage is seen as being everywhere and it's part of everyone's life. And of course that it can be very many different things, like it can be tangible, intangible, or digital. It can be related to a cultural, natural environment. And that we want to pay attention to the diversity of cultural heritage and the conservation, development, and use of cultural heritage as a resource for society. And in order for it to be a resource, it basically means that we really need to involve the people. And as the UN Special Rapporteur on Cultural Rights was also mentioning here today, to get this in as the fourth pillar of sustainable development, that we all have the right to cultural heritage. And that's all from me. I have a question here at the end. But thank you.
Thank you, Susanna. I will now give the floor to Chiara Zuani, representing the University of Graz, the university that's a partner to the project. Chiara led the development of the project platform, the digital hub, and she's going to talk about digital competencies, inclusion, and participation in post-COVID museums. Chiara, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. First of all, I also would like to thank you, the organizer, for inviting me. I'm going to talk about digital competencies in a broader theme, and in particular, I want to start by talking about the EU definition of digital competencies. This is something that the EU has been working on a lot as well in general, considering digital competencies as fundamental for European citizens and for training them to live in our digital society. Since 2012, it was published a few different frameworks and guidelines on this topic, and I'm showing you a screen tools that allow us to test our skills and evaluate competencies as European citizens. Besides that, we are also cultural heritage professionals, and there are a set of other quick reviews and surveys I would like to show you about skills needed in exams. In this case, I highlight the surveys by Nesta and the Arts Council England because of their longitudinal value. The digital cultural records have been produced in the UK, working with in British museums since 2013 up to 2019 with a similar format. And we see here a screenshot of the 2019 one, in which we see a set of different types of digital activities and how they are valued by museums and by the cultural sector at large. I won't go into detail into this, I just want to quickly show you perhaps the top areas in which museums think that digital skills and technologies are important and how they have changed over time. And these are all areas in which we have worked on ReInΗerit, and as Enis and Tudi presented at the beginning, we have been working on many of these business models, many of the copyright issues, many of operational ways can also use digital tools in our everyday work, and as Manos has also presented the best practice, will cover some of these. In my presentation, I'm going to focus mainly on two areas, that of preserving and archiving, and that of distributing and exhibiting digital cultural heritage. I'm doing that because I want to focus on the situation post-COVID. These are longitudinal surveys from 2013 to 2019, so just before the pandemic. During the pandemic, we all witnessed a different situation because 90% of museums worldwide closed, probably even more, and there have been a series of surveys by ICOM, the International Council of Museums, MIMO, the Network of European Museum Organizations, and UNESCO itself, that checked and surveyed the situation of digital activities and economical, financial, general situation of museums during this period. In relation to digital, what we have all witnessed, also in our personal life, is an increase of digital activities. According to a first survey by ICOM published already in the spring of 2020, so during the first lockdowns, those have increased by 50% worldwide, and MIMO, in a survey published in winter 21, so a second survey that was conducted almost a year after the breakout of COVID, they pointed out that 93% of museums have increased or started new services during the pandemic. And we can see from the three graphs that I put on this slide, just as a reference and a snapshot of what the survey looked at, the digital activities can comprise many different things, going from social media posts to video content to online learning programs. And some museums started anew, some museums, for example, we see that very clearly in this graph by ICOM, were already very active on social media and they increased their activities. But in that case, this was an established technology that museums were using quite regularly. Something we should keep in mind, also remembering the disparities and the divides that there are in the digital world, is that these digital tools were not available to everyone. The UNESCO record says that clearly that in certain areas of the world, less than 5% of museums could actually take up a digital activity, which means they close down and they have no more ways of keeping in touch with their audiences during lockdown. If this is the broad pictures, we can see more concretely some projects, and I will do that by showing you a map of digital projects I launched in 2020, which is basically a database of digital initiatives which includes more than 1,000 projects. It covers around 45 countries, which is in itself a bias because you can see from the map that I have a lot of areas where I don't really know what was going on or I don't have enough data. But given the size of the map and the size of the data set, I can still confirm some of the trends that have already been discussed by other surveys and the durable witness. So this switch to online form of presentation, this switch to Zoom calls like this one for public program, the continuation of social media activities, and the side also the growth of contemporary collecting, which is a bit of another topic that I won't cover today. However, these trends are quite clearly, and we can all witness them. What's interesting is looking into the description of these projects, because here is where we find some keywords used by museums to describe that project and some technologies mentioned, which are giving us more of an insight on the states of digitization and digital understanding, digital strategies in the sector. For example, I will point you to this first green bubble. These are keywords, these are word clouds with words used by the museum to describe the project. And in the second green one, we see Matterport as a very big word. This is a word cloud describing visual tools. And Matterport is a proprietary technology which is not sustainable from a digital side of things. It means that a lot of effort would have been put into developing these projects, but they don't have a long life ahead. Many of them would have been a doc initiative that's normal because to temporary exhibition, why not a temporary digital initiative? But many of them actually require really a lot of funding and investment for a reward that won't be so sustainable thereafter. And this is where I will switch back to EU policies, which have also emphasized this aspect of sustainability. And the sustainability in this case comes from using from digitized assets, as Europeans have been encouraging to do since 2008, and working with standard and sustainable technologies in the long term. I mentioned Europeana in 2008. It was created to foster the digitization and publication of cultural heritage online as a way to democratize access to culture and favor inclusion and the creation of European identities. More recently, in 2021, the EU has launched a new recommendation for digital heritage, whose annexes have very precise tables, such as this one, which I included from Austria because it was too long, but for other European countries listed in this one. And this recommendation sets precise targets for digitization for all European states, and these targets can be defined to a certain extent through the recovery and resilience plan that was launched post-COVID. I'm emphasizing that because digitization is really the base of producing a lot of engagement activities. By digitization, it means digitization in 2D or 3D, and 3D digitization is encouraged a lot by these recent recommendations. And it means working with cataloging in databases of objects in sustainable way. So using standards, using open data technologies, and so on. Once we have this good data set, we can then conduct research, which is interesting for me coming from a university, but we can also exchange data from museums, and we can contribute to Europeana, or what will be the cultural heritage data space in the future with our collections. Once we have these digitized assets, we can think about engagements. And for digital engagement, there are a lot of different ways of doing them, going from virtual reality, augmented reality, gamification, storytelling, which can be developed at various levels and require specific skills, but I'm showing you on purpose images from student projects, because these are projects that have been developed in a semester and are accessible to everyone, provided we have this data. I'm really insisting on that because I think it's a very crucial part of the full process. And it is crucial, it's also a part that is not often so easily seen. This is my iceberg of digital and museum practices, and we see that digitization and cataloging are underwater. They are a lot of work, they take a lot of time, a lot of funding, they're not so easily seen and appreciated by the broader public. But they're fundamental to guarantee a long-term sustainability of our digital assets and a long-term reuse of things without having to re-digitize everything. re-prepare the basis of our data every time we decide to develop an engagement activities. After the pandemic, we are dealing a lot with this problem of digitizing and disseminating and engaging by thinking about how to do it best, which are the best technologies for digitization and for dissemination. In this case, ReInΗerit, and I think Marco will talk about it next, has produced a lot of applications exploiting artificial intelligence that are very useful in this end. And also thinking about how to generate revenue from the digital assets, which are the challenges with that. This is something that ReInΗerit will dealt with in developing the e-shop and thinking about what type of products and how can we manage in a way an e-shop as online, as small museums, and in terms of course of structure of teams and structure of collaboration. And we'll get back to that next. But first, let's talk a bit more about the digital aspect. That's already been mentioned a lot by my colleagues, so I don't want to say too much. I have the link here that you can visit. And the digital hub is presenting of the work of ReInΗerit, which consists of varieties of activities for the public and documentation and training for professionals. I will show it to you in a probably slightly worse graphic than the preceding slide, but I want to emphasize the relations between producing something and documenting it so that it can become a base for training for the future and for other professionals. In the digital hub, we have this public-facing area for variety exhibitions that have been mentioned by Nathalie. We have a live collection, the shop, the podcast by others, the toolkit that you will hear more about in a few minutes, and a video game. And these are documented. So we have an area of resources for professionals where all the subsections here are involved are documenting the product in front of the broader public. The idea is really to produce something that is engaging. It will help to disseminate cultural heritage, engage new audiences, but we can also document it so that people can learn from our process, can learn from our practices, and can reuse our methods. And in parallel, the resources for professionals, we also have training content or resources that are really useful to learn more about the topics and develop best practices, advanced presented webinars and research facts based on the primary research. They give a broader view of the work we have done. And finally, we have a networking area, which is a way to exchange and discuss about what's happening and participate in the project. It is possible to contribute to our online collection, it is possible to host a traveling exhibition, and it is possible to join us in the ReInΗerit forum and chat with us. That's the final part of my talk that I will briefly mention, where we bring together public-facing documentations, which people can visit on the website, and the part of engagement, creating a community of practice in which we can talk together about our issues in the sector. There is an open forum in ReInΗerit, and we are trying to foster engagement and creating this community through a series of chats. So I would like to invite you to participate in these online chats. They are held on Wednesday at 4 in Central European time, so an hour earlier than your time in Athens. And this week we will be talking about 3D cultural heritage, uses, possibilities, technologies, and we are planning for the future more chats in the direction of gamification, development of digital strategies, but we are also very open to any suggestions. So if anyone of you is interested in the topic and would like to propose it and talk about it in this community, you are more than welcome to do so. This is my quick presentation of the Digital Hub. I just want to conclude my presentation with some soft recommendations that I've been thinking about through the ReInΗerit projects. And one is, the first one is really the importance of training and collaboration that have already been mentioned by Susanna. And in the digital app, we are trying to do that with this clear documentation about the practices, and we've opened up code, for example, that can be reused, but we need more support in the sector for digital training initiative, more support for creating good data sets and sharing them, and this is something that can be done through funding that support digitization work and encourages best practices in documenting and sharing the data. At the same time, something that as someone based in a university and often facing the difficulty between the funding requirements for researchers and for museums, which do not always support so clearly collaborations, because as a researcher, such as research funding, we are prompted to create innovative research, innovative tools. As a digital researcher, I'm prompted to create to work with innovative digital methods. At the same time, as I stressed in the first part of my presentation, museums also need a lot of support for digitization. This is something that we could collaborate more. But funding for this type of knowledge exchange, this type of collaborative projects is really tricky to achieve, I think. And so I would leave it as food for thought and as a policy recommendation that we can discuss later. But I think I finished my time, so thank you all for your attention.
What this digital hub of ReInΗerit does in such a short time. I'm really impressed. And you really link the participation, accessibility, and inclusion issues with digitization processes that are diverse, but they are all somehow related to these three issues. And what is striking is that the issue of inequalities, you mentioned in your presentation that only 5% of museums in the developing world during the COVID restrictions offer digital content. So when we talk about social sustainability, we have to relate it to the ways we should find in order to address inequalities. And this is a significant social inequality, and we should think about that. Thank you so much. Do you have any questions or comments? No, so I would like to thank all the speakers and of course the audience for their patience and their collaboration and good spirit. And I will give the floor to Jaime Lopez, who will be the coordinator of the next panel, and wish him luck. I'm feeling sorry that I leave this chair. I got used to that now. After 3 hours. So, thank you.
We are going to continue with the session number B. It's about the ReInΗerit and economic sustainability. This second session will be dedicated to the contribution of ReInΗerit's tools to the economic sustainability of cultural organizations and local communities. Apart from the connection to ReInΗerit to the promotion of smart tourism and the contribution of cultural tourism and creativity to regional economies. And other issues will be deal with the project and we will address. Okay, to start this second part, we will first of all watch a video of Mrs. Angela Jericho, President of the Tourist Organization.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to stand before you today to discuss here in Athens a topic of utmost importance, the intersection of cultural heritage, innovation and sustainable development in Greece, with a special focus on the invaluable contribution of ReInΗerit. an initiative that embodies a vision of cultural preservation and sustainable development that is both visionary and pragmatic. From the ancient ruins of Athens to the breathtaking landscapes of the Greek islands, this nation has given birth to democracy, philosophy, and the arts. It has nurtured a legacy that resonates through the ages. However, as we gather here today, we are not merely celebrating the past, but also contemplating the future. The challenges of our time demand a forward-looking approach, one that harmonizes tradition with progress and heritage with innovation. ReInΗerit, of course, is a transformative initiative that stands as a shining example of this synergy. Through this idea, there is a commitment in preserving unique heritage while also embracing the opportunities presented by modernity. From advanced archaeological techniques to state-of-the-art conservation methods, this initiative embodies a marriage of tradition and technology, ensuring that our shared heritage endures from generations to come. And from my authority, as the President of Greek National Tourism Organization, I would like to reassure you that since the establishment of the GNTO almost a century ago, the international promotion of Greece goes hand in hand with its cultural heritage. Moreover, during the last years, the Greek state, the Ministry of Tourism, the GNTO, and all the stakeholders are working to create a new model of tourism development, which will be based on the principles of sustainability. One of our main targets is to foster community engagement, recognizing that the true guardians of cultural heritage are the people who live and breathe it every day. By involving local communities in preservation effort, we ensure that the benefits of this initiative are felt by all, creating a sense of ownership and pride that is essential for the long-term success of any cultural preservation. Furthermore, we all recognize that sustainable development is not a luxury, but an imperative. By integrating eco-friendly practices into cultural preservation efforts, Greece is setting an example for the world. And I must underline here that the marriage of cultural heritage, innovation, and sustainable development is not a mere aspiration, but a tangible reality exemplified, and that's why the heart of all of our initiatives lies in innovative strategies, leveraging cutting-edge technologies to safeguard and restore culture treasures. Greece, with its rich legacy and forward-thinking approach, stands at the forefront of this global movement. To conclude, I would like to congratulate all the Hellenic Committee of the Blue Shield and all the participants for being here today with us. Let us draw inspiration from this remarkable initiative and work together to safeguard our shared heritage for the benefit of all humanity and the generations to come. I hope I earned the privilege of your time. Thank you.
Thanks to you, Angela. Good to know that the Ministry of Culture of Greece is going to take into account the sustainable aspects in future tourist strategies. Well, we have to pass to the next speaker, the keynote speaker, Dr. Celia Martinez-Yañez, that is online. Can we connect with the Zoom?
Hi.
Dr. Celia Martinez-Yañez is a member of the ICOMOS International Committee on Cultural Tourism, ICOMOS board member. She's going to talk about the ICOMOS Charter for Cultural Heritage Tourism 2022, aspirations for a responsible and right-based approach to cultural tourism. Hi, Celia, and welcome to the conference.
Thank you. Good morning, and Calimera from Granada.
First of all, I would really like to thank all the organizers and the Reinherit consortium to have invited the ICOMOS International Scientific Committee of Cultural Tourism to take part of this meeting. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to be here, even if remotely. I would like to thank Katerina before starting as well, because she has been taking care of my ability to travel with you. You don't know how much would I like to be in Athens, in a culture and in a city that has shaped my education always in my life. I learned Greek till I was in the 3rd year of my university career, and I feel really, really attached to the country. So I'm really sad that I cannot be here, but I'm really happy, as I said, to be able to participate. And I'm happy twice because I'm an expert monitor of other projects of the Horizon 2020 project. So I'm always unable to take part of the very good conferences and activities that are taking part lately in this framework. So at least this time I can do so, and I can do so with a project which has been really interesting to follow, and with the very interesting talks also that we have been hearing before. It's also very nice to see how in the last years all the EU finance projects have a lot to do with cultural heritage, and with cultural heritage very important role in tourism, and I will try to contribute to that as he said, by presenting very briefly the ICOMOS Charter for Cultural Heritage Tourism 2022 and its aspirations for a responsible and right-based approach to cultural tourism. I'll start doing something that I really don't like, which is talking a little bit about the data of the economic revenues of cultural tourism. And I'll explain why I don't like to provide this data, but they are important to take into account. Because according to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the travel and tourism sector plays a very significant role in the global economy, contributing 2.8 trillion to the GDP in 2018 and generating 8.8 trillion, including its indirect and induced impacts, which are the most important, as many of you know. And cultural tourism accounts for 40% of all that global tourism market data. And if we focus on the European framework, we know that the 40% of European tourists chose their destinations precisely because of the cultural offering they might have. We also know that cultural tourists spend more and stay longer than other tourists did. And if we take into account this data, it's not surprising that cultural heritage has been stressed as a strategic resource, not only for its economic impact, but also for its role in creating and enhancing social capital. However, stressing the economic dimension of cultural heritage, as it has been happening repeatedly from the last 10 years and from a very, very economic and less focusing conservation perspective, has also a very, very dark side, of which negative effects we have been being conscious also in the last 10 years. And this dark side is, of course, the unfair and unsustainable exploitation and banalization of cultural properties, and also of natural properties, but more worryingly in the case of cultural heritage. ICOMOS, the International Council of Monuments and Sites, has always been conscious of tourism's deep influence, positive and negative effects on heritage sites and on local communities. And it's precisely because of this reason that ICOMOS established its International Scientific Committee of Cultural Tourism very, very early. ICOMOS itself was established in 1975, and this committee was one of the first scientific committees of ICOMOS. It was set up in 1979. Today, We made part of this committee, 200 members. We come from 62 countries, and we provide a forum for interdisciplinary stakeholder research and dialogue on heritage conservation and cultural tourism. And I would like to stress that this is our focus. There are many committees and organizations and researchers and everything, of course, dealing with cultural tourism or dealing with tourism. Our focus is how to deal preservation within the framework of tourism. Our focus is also this one because in its long involvement in fair tourism, ICOMOS has always need to deal with tourism. ICOMOS is the advisory body of the UNESCO World Heritage Committee in the assessment and the monitoring of cultural heritage world properties. And in dealing with this important role of ICOMOS, tourism has always been a very frequent issue that we have need to confront. The problem when confronting tourism within the framework of the World Heritage Convention is that the convention have not always been very, very deep dealing with tourism issues. And the operational guidelines started to do so like 10 years ago. So in the meantime, there has been a need to focus on this aspect. The ICTC has taken that lead. It cooperates and provides technical assessment with other international organizations and national and regional and local agencies, and we work in that area with the UNESCO World Heritage and Sustainable Tourism Program, with the the Organization of World Heritage Cities, the World Tourism Organization, among others, and ICOMOS has made 3 international recommendations on the specific subject of cultural tourism and cultural heritage, the charters of 1976, 1999, and the last one, which is the charter of 2022. The first 2 charters, the 1976 and 1999 charters, were very pioneer documents and ahead of their times. For example, the 1976 charter, it was the first time that gathered very important international organizations dealing both with cultural heritage and with tourism, and it gathered ICOMOS, it gathered the Europa Nostra, it gathered the World Tourism Organization, among others, in stressing the moral and ethical aspects of tourism. And the Charter of 1999, for example, was the first to take into account the quality of visitor experience as part of carrying capacity. So these charters are really still of their times. But more than 20 years have passed till the last charter, the 1999 one, and in that time we have confronted global threats, and we have seen a very long evolution in the concept of heritage. So we were really needing to update a little bit our doctrine on the field. On the one hand, mass tourism and the intensified use of heritage sites as destination and part of entertainment especially have provoked the degradation, the overcrowding of heritage sites, their banalization and gentrification, and this has of course been the cause of failures of management. Those failures of management have also come with social, ethical, cultural, environmental, and economic issues, and what is more worryingly, with many tourism right-based issues relating to displacement, unemployment, vulnerability, lack of benefit. And into that situation, we join the climate change, the environmental degradation, natural disasters, and conflicts, plus the COVID-19 dramatic effects on heritage preservation, on tourist-dependent communities, and on our life in general. We saw that there were an opportunity, not only an opportunity, but a need to really reshape tourism, and we wanted to confront that in the ICOMOS International Charter for Cultural Heritage Tourism that I have had the pleasure and the honor to coordinate for e-commerce between 2017, when we decided to start the renewal of our standard setting text in this field, and 2022, where the charter was adopted in our last General Assembly the year before in Bangkok. As I was saying, the spirit of this charter is to provide a transformative change towards a regenerative development paradigm. There is a need to recalibrate the perpetual economic growth-based approach to tourism that I was stressing at the beginning, and we need to do so by recognizing, mitigating, and remediating tourism unsustainable aspects, and by enhancing its contribution to heritage conservation and evolving. The aim here is ensuring that tourism is not only an economic activity, it has a very important role as a tool to ensure heritage access as part of human rights. We have tried to deal with that objectives, overall objectives of the Charter through 7 principles that address global cross-cutting issues. First is place cultural heritage protection and conservation at the center of responsible cultural tourism. Manage tourism at cultural heritage sites through management plans informed by carrying capacity and all the planning instruments. Enhance public awareness and visitor experience through sensitive interpretation and presentation. Recognize and reinforce the rights of communities, indigenous people, and traditional owners through the participatory governance of the heritage commons using tourism. Raise awareness and reinforce cooperation for heritage conservation among all tourism stakeholders. Increase the resilience of communities and cultural heritage through capacity development, risk assessment, strategic planning, and adaptive management. And very difficult, integrate climate action and sustainability measures in the management, cultural tourism, and cultural heritage. We cannot, of course, in this 15 minutes take an explanation of all these principles, so I have focused mainly in 2 of them, and I would like to give you some example, even if very quickly, on how can these principles be implemented or have been implemented in some places. The principle 2 aims to manage tourism at cultural heritage places through management plans informed by carrying capacity. We part from the conviction that the responsible management of tourism, of course, requires monitoring the impacts of tourism on the natural and cultural values of the place, as well as, of course, on the well-being of host communities and visitors. This means that the visitor management strategies must include physical, ecological, social, cultural, and economical carrying capacity indicators. And those indicators, as of course to using them, if we monitor those indicators, if we deal with conservation and how it's being applied, if we look at the ecological balance of the place, if we see if communities are being positively or negatively affected by tourism, if the economical balance of the place is maintained or it is whether shifting very fast and with negative effects on hosting tourism, if we monitor those impacts and we see what we can do to guide site-specific management options, and that options need to be implemented even if some of them might not be very popular. Maybe we need to limit group size, maybe we need to time access, maybe we need to restrict entry, close sensitive areas, providing remote access where appropriate. We maybe need to increase opening hours so we can spread visitors more accurately and more smartly during the time of the year. We need to zone compatible activities. Required advanced booking is so important. I have here that the Acropolis is about to do so. I would really like you to explain me a little bit after how is this going to happen, and I'm really looking forward to know more. I have bring you an example, an example that I do know very well because it's in my own city, of the carrying capacity application very positively in a World Heritage Site, in a very, very visit World Heritage Site, the most visited World Heritage Site in Spain, which is the Alhambra Generalife placed here in Granada. The Alhambra Generalife really bear witness to the tourism very deep influence and secular influence of cultural heritage conservation and appreciation, because romantic tourism prompted the site declaration as a monument in 1817 really early. But it also prompted its ornamental restoration, doing the place as more interesting for visitors, doing it more exotic than it was already, which was very exotic, and thus prompted also the uncontrolled visitation of the place. In the 60s and 70s, the place was deeply transformed to host mass tourism, as everywhere in the world. Auto construction, changes in the historic access, traffic permission around the monument. It was really, really worrying. So in the 90s, on the contrary, the Alhambra became an international example of the use of carrying capacity indicators to manage visitors and achieve a balance between visitation and conservation. In the following 10 and 20 years, the time-scheduled entrance really much improved the quality of the cultural, aesthetic, and sensorial experience. It increased overnight in Granada, increase of visitors, and today the Alhambra is slowly reaching again the limits of its carrying capacity, so we need to take place of this place. One important aspect, and I'll be finishing in 2 minutes, if this is right with the organizer, 2-3 minutes. Other important principle of our charter to deal with that specific aspect of the right-based approaches to cultural heritage and to increase tourism as an access to heritage as a human right is, of course, to recognize and reinforce rights through the participatory governance of the heritage commons used in tourism. We have to avoid heritage exploitation. We need to recognize human, collective activities and indigenous rights and cultural and natural heritage commons. We need to provide inclusive involvement and access to economic opportunities, recreation and enjoyment. We need to go beyond stakeholders' consultation to ensure participatory governance and benefit share, and we need to ensure gender equality and inclusion of traditional owners, minorities, and disadvantaged groups. We are pretty much convinced that to do so, we have 2 very important pillars. One of them is the heritage commons theory. It's the vision of heritage as a group of properties that really pertain to all of us, to whole humanity, that cannot therefore be economically exploited but need to be shared with participatory and polycentric governance. But to do so, it is also very important to increase the capacity building of heritage values and needs among all society, among all kinds of communities, and among all cultural tourism stakeholders, because if we really want to deal with participatory governance in a serious and responsible way, we have to recognize one thing, and it is that not all society and not all cultural tourism stakeholders are aware of visitors, of heritage values and their fragility. So let's start from the very beginning, and we do recognize that also e-commerce has a very, very important role in that aspect. So I have prepared for you 2 examples of how 2 different places can illustrate this. One is the Steptown Biosphere Reserve inscribed on the World Heritage List as a natural place, but we have discovered that it's a place absolutely shaped by the traditional knowledge of people, and it's being managed from the touristic perspective as well, with a very, very high participation of local communities that do transmit this traditional knowledge. I had also bring you the example of the restaurants of the Philippine Cordilleras, when the ICTC, my committee, had the opportunity to assess both farmers and the administration on the ability of farmers to look for sustainable, slow, and innovative ways of tourism without leaving behind the farming activity that has shaped the landscape and without leaving behind the traditional ownership and legal tenure of the lands that have preserved the landscape. I don't have time to deal with that. I would simply like to indicate 3 projects in which we are collaborating and applying the principles of the Charter now. We have the Cultural Tourism and Visitor Management Framework commissioned by the Organization of World Heritage Cities. We are collaborating with the UNESCO Sustainable Tourism Program through the Visitor Management Assessment Tool, and we are also collaborating with the World Tourism Organization to apply standards for accessible tourism for all. And we want to continue doing so with your support, and bearing in mind that best practice is never a status, not even in a charter, but it is rather an ongoing commitment to anticipate, adapt, and improve practice. And that was all from my part. Thank you very much for your attention. I've got to stop, and I'm very sorry that I went a bit short in the time. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Celia, for your amazing presentation, talking about this important contribution of e-commerce to the new reshape of tourism, as you're saying. It was very interesting. This is participatory governance that you're talking about, because this is something not taken into account when institutions are taking all these strategies in order to develop tourism in their cities. Important as well, when you are saying about the conventions, not many conventions are taken into account with cultural tourism. I have to add that these conventions should be mandatory. It's something I'm going to talk in my next presentation. And very interesting as well, this Alhambra example, strengthening this effort to limit the number of visitors, but combining this with getting a new sustainable approach. Thank you very much, Celia. And then we are going to continue this section. I have the pleasure to invite to the stage to Mrs. Andra Jaganjak, Head of the Tourism Board of the City of Tuzla, ECTN Board Member, and Bosnia and Herzegovina, a great country in Europe. She's going to talk about cultural heritage management for sustainable cultural tourism at the City of Tuzla. Welcome, Andra.
Well, hello everyone again. My name is Andra Jaganjac, and I come from a small but beautiful country of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I'm very proud to be the only one from my country here today. And not just that, let me privatize this moment a little bit. This is my very first time in Greece, first time in Athens, and I'm already loving it. So thank you very much for inviting me and having me at this conference. Before I start, I must thank Katerina from the Hellenic Committee of the Blue Shield for being so helpful and kind in organizing everything for the arrival to the conference. But I also have to thank Manos from the ECTN network, because if we were not a member of the network, I also probably wouldn't know about ReInherit, about Hellenic Committee of the Blue Shield, and I wouldn't have the chance to be here and meet you all. So as I said, and as Jaime introduced me, I'm from the Tourism Board of the City of Tuzla. So I will give you a brief presentation of the city, where I come from, what the city has to offer or has to show. So Tuzla is the 3rd largest city in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I'm pretty sure you've all heard of Sarajevo, of Mostar, but after this conference you will know of Tuzla, I'm sure, or I will make sure that you know of Tuzla. So this is a city in the northern east part of the country, so upper right corner. This used to be a very industrial, very heavy industry, mining city, and then with the collapse of the former Yugoslavia, these industries also collapsed, so to say, and there were many troubles with sustaining of such huge complexes, such huge industrial complexes. So we were all faced with the necessity to change the local economy, to find new ways to support not just the labor market or the people that have to work somewhere, but also to change the ideology, if you wish to say. So for the past 20 or 20 plus years in our city, we have been trying and we have been working very hard to present our city as also a city worth visiting, and also a city that has something to offer as a touristic destination, and we have been working on our touristic product, so to say, or touristic offer. So what we actually decided to present as our advantage, or as something that is specific for our city, is the salt. Salt has always been closely linked to our city, because the city is located at the site of the salt minerals and salty water. The city lies on the salty water. Even the name of the city, Tuzla, has always been linked to the meaning of salt, or to the words of salt. Tuz in Turkish means salt. So this name, the latest name of the city, Tuzla, comes from the Ottoman Empire times, when it was linked to salt again. In the Roman Empire we were called Salines, so it was always linked to salt. So salt has always been the major part of lives in our region, not just in our city. So thanks to the visionary approach and the love that he had for our city, our former mayor of the city of Tuzla, he had this idea that we should use the presence of the salty water underneath the city and make these three, that you can see here, these three salt lakes in the middle of the city. Let me tell you that everybody thought that he went nuts, that he was insane when he came up with this idea, when he presented it to the public, because at this site where you can see the lakes now, this was completely empty, and even like the area that very often was flooded in case of rains. It wouldn't smell nice, let me tell you, when you pass by. It was almost like abandoned area. So his idea when he presented this project was like, we will turn the ugliest part of the city into the most beautiful part of the city. And again, he was called insane and a lunatic, and that he lost it and everything. And luckily that the project actually turned out to be a great success. They started with first lake, one of the lakes, and then through the years it developed, it grew into a complex of 3 lakes with salty waterfalls, etc., etc. So now we have this complex of Pannonian lakes, as you can see here. This is again in the middle of the city, and this is now visited by a number of people, not just from our country, from the region, but also from year to year we have an increase in the number of visitors. So roughly in the past 20 years, because this year we celebrated the 20th birthday of the Pannonian Lakes, because the first one was opened back in 2003. So we have an estimate of 5.5 million visitors to the lakes. And maybe for some countries such as Greece or some other countries that have so many popular touristic destinations and that are known as traditional touristic sites, so these numbers might be ridiculous to you or like a joke, but to us this is a huge success. For us this is a huge result, because again, only 20 years ago you could only talk about tourism in the city of Tuzla at the level of a joke. Like, who would come to Tuzla as a tourist? But now we have these figures. That's why I'm saying that we are so very proud of these numbers, although to some others they might seem minor, but to us this is a great result, because it's only 20 years. When you look at it from the perspective of a great change in a local community, a change not just like we didn't have lakes and now we have lakes, but a change that actually expanded through various segments of society, the change that impacted the image of the city, the lives of the people who live in the city, the small economic, let's say, novelties or small businesses that developed thanks to the growing number of visitors. So there is a huge impact of this one project. So I'm always saying that Tuzla can be seen as a good practice example, not best, because this is an example of the city where one person with a good idea, with great support, of course, of experts, of politicians, of local government, and the citizens, actually helped change the entire city. And the city administration that supported the idea and the investment into the project actually helped transform the whole city, transform the lives of the citizens in the city, and also again gave the opportunity to people to either start their own businesses, get self-employed, etc., and generate income. Also, I have to say that back in 2012, the United Nations World Tourism Organization also awarded us the second award for the project of valorization of natural heritage for the project of the Pannonian Lakes. And in our country, we were the only ones who ever won any kind of award from the UN World Tourism Organization, so I was very proud to add this slide also to the presentation. Also at the complex of the Pannonian Lakes, we have a replica of, we call it an archaeology park or an open museum of archaeology at the Pannonian Lakes, and it's called Pannonica, like the Pannonian Lakes, Pannonica Archaeology Park. And this is also related to the Neolithic man, again, as Mr. Peter Stone said. And we also don't know how the Neolithic man looked like, but we made a replica thanks to also the findings of the archaeologists that actually did the excavations and found some artifacts that actually showed that back in the Neolithic also there was human presence in the area, and they also used salt, that they boiled salty water and produced salt in that way and helped themselves and helped what could be called as the economy of that period. So this is also the entrance to the archaeology park, and also as you can see that there were fragments of the pots that were found, pots that were used to boil the salty water. These are again replicas of how some people who worked on creating this archaeology park thought that some parts of life or Neolithic life inside these dwellings could have looked like. And also as part of this complex there is a small geological museum exhibition, also called Pannonica, where we organize a lot of school trips. We invite even preschool kids and students from primary schools and secondary schools and even university students to come and not just visit but also to contribute. And we also involve the little kids. I'm not sure if I have that here. No, I don't. We have, I thought that I added the photos from the workshops with the preschool kids, which we also organize for them, like a replica of an archaeological site, where we give them space that is covered in sand and in the ground, where they play as archaeologists. We make sure we cover some pieces or fragments of some ceramic dishes in the sand, and then we give them the opportunity to dig them and to clean them, then to draw them or to write about them. And this is how we try to educate them, not just about our history, but also to motivate the kids to maybe become either an archaeology student or maybe volunteer in the archaeology park, and this has proven to be a very good approach. Also, since this conference is about the cultural heritage, and we wanted to present what we have in our city in terms of cultural institutions and how we not just cherish our cultural heritage, but how we try to present it. And being here at this conference and hearing the presentations that were in the program so far, and also from the discussions with people who are here today, it gives me pleasure to realize that we are not alone in being in the position that there is still a lot of work to be done. I'm glad to see that even the very let's say, much richer countries or countries with more developed systems, with more funding, etc., they also have, or you also have, still a lot of work to be done. You also are identifying gaps or identifying fields where there is still improvement to be done. In our case, this can be multiplied by, I don't know how big of a number, but again, it makes me happy that we are not alone in being in the position that, you know, we require a lot of funding, a lot of support, a lot of work to be done, but it just gives us more, let's say, motivation and inspiration to continue working. So as for the cultural institutions in our city, I would like to start with the Tuzla International Portrait Gallery, which is a magnificent really gallery with many art pieces that are still there, but unfortunately during the war of 1992 and 1995, many of the paintings were either stolen or destroyed, and there are major efforts that are being done by the people who work in the gallery to either recover or restore some of the paintings for those that they were able to find out where they are right now. Unfortunately, for those that were destroyed, nothing can be done. And again, this leads me to say that the important work of the Blue Shield and the protection of the cultural heritage, and especially in the time of war, we had a great discussion yesterday about this. How sadly little can be done when the war actually does happen in a country. But again, how important it is that we all continue working towards reducing the negative impacts of the war on not just cultural heritage, but on generally on the lives of people and on communities in general. And again, there is also a house of literature that we have in our country, in our city, because we are very proud of our novelist Meša Selimović, who is born in our city of Tuzla, and his works have been translated to many languages, and I invite you to find his novels, and I'm sure you will love them. Also the House of Bosnian Language, maybe this can come as a surprise, why would we have like a museum or the house dedicated to a Bosnian language, but also in times of conflicts, in times of war, one's language can also be disputed, or one's language can also be a matter that is that somebody is being deprived of, or that somebody is saying that your language does not exist, or something like that. And we are very, of course, proud of our rich literature and linguistic history and heritage, and that's why we created this House of Bosnian Language to sort of give our contribution to the protection of this type of heritage. Also, Museum of Eastern Bosnia, that is located in our city because we are the center of this Eastern Bosnia region. And as far as management of our cultural heritage assets goes, there is again a lot of work to be done. There are many lessons that can be learned from being member, for instance, of this type of networks, or being member of this type of projects like ReInHerit. And I will make sure that I pass on the ideas or the information to my colleagues that are working in the management of the cultural institutions in the city. And I have already shared with them the ReInHerit digital hub, and invited them also to subscribe and to join the digital hub and to try to let's say learn from the good practice of the ReInHerit project, and I'm sure that they will find use of it. So once again, I would really like to thank you all for having me here. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my city and what we do, and I strongly invite you to come to Bosnia and Herzegovina, and you can come to any town, but please don't forget about Tuzla.
For sure we will visit, or next day we will visit Bosnia and Herzegovina, where we will come to Tuzla. It's incredible how rich is cultural and natural heritage in your town, and the big effort you and your team are doing in tourism in your country, despite the lack of support you're having, etc. But remember, you have that, especially financial support that is very important as well. Thank you very much. So now it's time to present the Manos Boyukas again, Mr. Manos Boyukas from the CTM, who is going to talk about smart tourism, smart destinations, cultural heritage, digitalization, and sustainability. Welcome again, Manos.
This topic of smart tourism is becoming a very hot topic all over Europe. Aims to transform the tourism sector in the coming years. Also related to the post-pandemic recovery. During the pandemic, people realized that we didn't do enough to capitalize on the technology, so they started improvising with more technological developments, more customization to the visitor, more electronic promotion in tourism. So hopefully this also will be something for the future of ReInΗerit to develop further. And we have this in ReInΗerit. It was foreseen back in 2020 when the original bid was written. Whoever wrote it was had the foresight to include smart tourism aspects in the original bid. And of course, we took it up later on, and we developed into the smart destinations concept as well. Just by way of introduction, I said this morning, I will not repeat, but I'd like to highlight the fact that in the European Tourism Manifesto, as a CTN, we are in the core members, the 10 core members that run the Tourism Manifesto, and in this respect, we will have the initiative to introduce cultural heritage actions related to sustainable tourism as a means to put the culture and heritage into the agenda of the European elections that are coming up next year. In that respect also, we are cooperating with other members of the European Heritage Alliance, like the European Association of Archaeologists, Interpret Europe, the European Association of Heritage Interpretation. I know the European Council of Museums also is a member of the Heritage Alliance. ICOMOS, we have very good, strong relations with ICOMOS. ICOM NEMO, the network of European museums, and also Europeana, which is the European foundation that deals with digital heritage. So, what we have done in the past, as it was mentioned this morning, we have created a charter for sustainable cultural tourism. We focused, or we took into account what ICOMOS had done in 1999. That was the furthest back we went, 15 years back, in 2014. That was the first Charter of International Cultural Tourism by ICOMOS, as was presented previously. Then we enriched this, or enlarged it, to include not only cultural heritage, but also creativity, creative tourism, and in fact, we came up with 30 priorities of tourism development related to cultural heritage and creativity. 30 priorities, including intangible heritage, which sometimes is forgotten, heritage interpretation, we heard also this morning from Professor Safaki, cultural roots of the Council of Europe as a tools of creating cultural tourism products and services, cultural creative industries contribution, particularly to creative tourism, and digitalization. It was featured even back in 2014, which was not actually in the original charter of ICOMOS, because in 1999 digitalization was not a so strong subject. So we included digitalization, including virtual reality, augmented reality for sustainable cultural tourism development, coming from good practices or best practices, actually from good practices in Internet Europe, from 33 projects that we created with our members, Krista, Caltrain, and CalCreate. Krista was our innovative, sustainable and responsible tourism actions. Caltrain was for cultural roots, and CalCreate was for creative tourism. So this is where we stand now with the charter. We're coming up to 10 years anniversary next year, and we'll have a major update, which we hope to involve also our members and our partners in the European Heritage Alliance, the European Tourism Manifesto, and also stakeholders. And therefore, anybody is welcome to submit ideas to be included in the next charter. Now, we try to duplicate what ICOMOS has done. ICOMOS has a world international coverage. We have a European coverage. They have more emphasis on cultural heritage. Actually, they're changing the committee to cultural heritage. We are actually expanding more to including contemporary culture and creativity. So there will be two different things. Of course, we cross-refer, and we're in touch with ICTC of ICOMOS to make sure that we import or use whatever we can from the latest charter that was published last year. Now, in terms of smart tourism, smart destinations, why is relevant to ReInΗerit? Because cooperation, communication, and innovation exchange between museums and heritage sites is a must. The cultural heritage, including intangible, tangible and intangible, has to be presented to citizens and tourists. That's in the ReInΗerit brief. Sustainable cultural heritage management, networking of cultural heritage professionals, innovation and technical experts, technology experts, museums, European heritage label sites, also included in the brief of ReInΗerit. Digital cultural heritage ecosystem, I mentioned this morning. Digital hub, Chiara presented earlier, for all stakeholders, museums, heritage sites, policymakers, professionals, and communities, including tourism DMOs, destination management, and marketing organizations. These tools and resources, including tourism, as well as training, conservation, reservation, and visitor experiences, are all included in ReInΗerit, including the smart tourism apps, which we developed in the policy guidelines. This is something that's been completed with the University of Florence with the help of Museum of Cycladic Art and our input. Now, what is the smart tourism goal? In principle, is to create a more efficient, sustainable, and personalized travel experiences. So when the DMOs and tourist boards associations promote their destination to the potential visitor, it's not only in general, but they can customize now with social media and digital facilities. They can customize their approach to address the needs of a particular visitor and enhance the visitor experience in that sense. Through integration of various technologies, such as digital connectivity, mobile apps, data analytics, feedback, AR, VR, sustainability, throughout, smart mobility at destinations, using more ecological means of movement, electric basically, personalization of services through collaborative platforms, and smart and integrated ticketing. This is an interest that we have in particular in ECTN. Smart integrated ticketing for cultural venues, museums and heritage sites. So you buy one ticket and you can visit everything in the city or in the destination. Combined also with public transport. This is actually happening in several cities. And micro-mobility shared facilities like city bikes. And all this through real-time updates. So you get a report in real time about the weather, about the conditions, traffic conditions, about the queuing at a particular destination that you want to visit. So you visit something else instead to make best use of your time as a visitor. So the smart tourism aims to enhance the visitor experience throughout, assist local economies, because the businesses themselves benefit from this, promote sustainable practices within the tourism industry by leveraging technological advancements and data-driven insights. With cultural tourism, smart tourism has great synergies. They are two interconnected concepts that can work together to enhance the overall visitor experience and promote the appreciation of destination, cultural heritage with sustainability. And this can be done through incorporating smart tourism into the cultural tourism plans that destinations have or must have. By using technology to bridge the gap between modernity and tradition, destinations can attract a diverse range of visitors while preserving and promoting their cultural heritage assets and identity. Until very recently, when people talk about smart tourism, it was only about technology. But smart tourism goes beyond that, at least in the European Union or European Commission priorities. In this respect, the European Commission introduced in 2017, launched the competition or the contest for the European Capital of Smart Tourism. So like now, like we had European Capitals of Culture, now we have European Capitals of Tourism, but because tourism will be too general, it's about smart tourism. And smart tourism is defined as responding to new challenges and demands in a fast-changing sector, including the evolution of digital tools. This is what we do in ReInΗerit, products and services, equal opportunity, accessibility for all, access for all visitors, sustainable development, the topic we're discussing today, of the local area, and support to creative industries. This is in addition, local talent and heritage. This is the definition by the European Commission DG GROW. Therefore, smart tourism is closely related to the preservation and promotion of cultural heritage with digitalization. And the new European Capital of Smart Tourism Award launched first in 2018-19. It was not, it was cancelled for 2020 during the pandemic, but now it's back. It has these four components: sustainability, accessibility, digitalization, cultural heritage, and creativity. Last but not least, this is where we focus. This is what we bring in, and this is why we supported this initiative from the beginning, because it brings the cultural heritage dimension into the smart tourism, smart destinations. Sustainability throughout, not only to protect natural resources, but also to reduce seasonality, reduce also the tourism that we heard from Nicholas, impact on environment, involve local host community from the beginning. Accessibility, multilinguality as well, and what the Museum of Recycled Art is doing is very, very relevant, with access for all. Regardless of age, background, physical disability, digitalization throughout with technologies to enhance all aspects of the tourism experience, enabling simpler access to services for all travelers, as well as to help the local business to grow. This is part of the economic sustainability, as well as social and environmental. And the cultural heritage and creativity, about protecting and capitalizing on the cultural heritage, as well as the local potential and its creative assets. That's where creativity comes in. And for the benefit of the tourist destination, the industry, the businesses, and the living tourists, the visiting tourists in general. Now, as it happens, we supported our members to apply for this Smart Tourism Capital Award. In the past, we reached the final in 2 times, in 2019 and 2021, with Malaga won. We were with Palma de Mallorca, Mallorca Island, and Bremerhaven. They failed. They didn't get actually the award. They were in the final list of 10 out of the 40 that applied. But last year we were very happy that we supported our presidency, currently the Paphos, city of Paphos in Cyprus. And Paphos won the award last year for this year, and now coming to the end of this year of activities with a lot of digitalization, a lot of smart initiatives. And we had a conference there a month ago, under the same thing as smart tourism, smart destinations. I must say that until now, there were 2 capitals every year. So this year is Paphos and Seville in Spain. For next year, there will be only 1. And there will be a second, what they call Green Pioneer of Smart Tourism, which replaces, for those of you that know, the Destination of Excellence Award, the Eden Award. So there will be a big city, or a city of more than 100,000, and a smaller city for the other award, but 1 and 1, no longer 2 and 1 that we had previously. Now, in parallel with the European approach to the smart tourism, the WTO, of which we are now affiliate member since earlier this year, the United Nations Smart Tourism Organization, specialized status of the United Nations family, had the Smart Destinations Initiative back 2017 started. They ran 3 conferences. It was interrupted during the pandemic, but now last year it was done. This year probably will be next year, every 2 years. And this is another definition now going from the facilities of the focus on the visitor to the facilities focus on the destination, the infrastructure provided by the destination. And this is the definition of WTO. The smart destination closely related to the next generation of sustainable tourism, sustainable cultural tourism, as a destination that has a strategy for technology, innovation, sustainability, accessibility, and inclusivity. So we heard earlier better accessibility and inclusivity. This is actually part of the smart destination concept. Along the entire tourism cycle, before, during, and after the trip, follow-up. Before the trip, giving the maximum information through digital means to the potential visitor, attracting the visitor, during the trip with personalized services, as we said, and also actually after the trip as a follow-up, and a satisfied visitor can become the best ambassador for the destination through the word of mouth promotion. Factory multilingualism, that's also included in the smart destination facilities, cultural idiosyncrasies, and seasonality in the tourism planning. The WTO has the 5 pillars: innovation, technology, accessibility, sustainability, and governance. Now you see, sustainability and accessibility is the same as we have in the European Union Smart Tourism Capital, but here we also have innovation, technology, which is actually in the digitalization part of the European Tourism Capital, and governance, which actually is in all other 4 components. But governance is part of the smart destination development. So this is what happened before in the 3 conferences that held so far by WTO. Now there are synergies. We close with this. There are synergies. The 2 main synergies with this smart tourism, smart destinations developments. The transition pathway for tourism is a publication. An initiative, it's more than a publication because it's an actual ongoing initiative of the European Union, European Commission, DG GROW, which has the tourism policy unit inside the Director General for growth in businesses and enterprises. And there, this was published last year, 2022, early last year, and this is after a co-creation with stakeholders, and we actually fed into this process in 2021. It was published and is followed up now by a co-implementation framework where destinations, but also museums, heritage sites, can actually, even universities, can make a pledge, not a commitment, not a hard commitment, but a pledge to do something in the spirit of green and digital transition. And we have actually submitted our pledge to update our charter. Our members in Paphos could make accessibility further improvements, and other members have this every 3 or 4 months they publish the next set of pledges, and there is no hard follow-up. If you pledge something, doesn't mean that somebody will come and check and remove something from the assets of the destination, but it's a way to cooperate within destinations, to cooperate and achieve common targets. And the target year is 2030, which is the same year as the Sustainable Development Goals, and it is the same year as most of the European programs will finish with the funding. So it's a good target, and there's plenty of time between now and 2030 to do something actually on the ground that changes the destination from a traditional destination to a smart destination, tourism experience from traditional to smart tourism. The digital green transition I mentioned. There are several references to cultural tourism, both tangible and intangible, with AR, VR. Now, here, this is actually came from DigiGrow staff, or the officer who actually coordinated the publication of the transition pathway for tourism. What the TPT, as they call it, what can do for cultural tourism. So there's several things there that about accessibility, digitalization, residents' involvement, interlinking opportunities to provide natural and cultural heritage, and openness to new opportunities, social economic platforms and models. The final synergy that I would like to mention is the Sustainable Development Goals themselves, and we heard about this also. Now these were published in 2016, with again the horizon is 2030. The UNWTO, World Tourism Organization, thinks that all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals are relevant to tourism, and there is an excellent platform, Tourism for SDGs, which supports this. However, we would like to highlight, and actually it is in the handbook, that we have particular relevance to goals 11, sustainable cities and communities, 12, responsible consumption and production, climate action, 13, but also innovation and infrastructure, which is 9. So it's 9, 11, 12, 13, and 17, which is the partnerships of the goals, and this is where we come very strongly with the partnership between the tourism sector and the cultural sector. So there is plenty of information on the Tourism Capital website and also on our website, and all this also will be in the best practices, or some of it that qualifies for best practice reporting will be also in the Digital Hub as well. And we have actually a webinar in the Digital Hub that we did together with Jordi Teixeiras from Barcelona University earlier, last year. And there's a webinar on cultural tourism, and there's a webinar on smart tourism in the Digital Hub. Thank you. And I will take any questions you have, and even in the lunch.
These concepts of smart tourism, smart destinations, and their links, synergies to cultural tourism, sustainability, etc. So now I give the floor to Nefeli Vantela from the Cycladic Museum and to Andrea Oratiu from the Bank of Cyprus Foundation. That we already presented them in the previous session. We are going to talk about rethinking digital and traveling exhibitions and the case of Athens.
As part of the ReInΗerit project, which was funded under the Horizon 2020 program of the European Union, as you know, the Museum of Cycladic Art in Athens, the Grand Museum in Austria, and the Bank of Cyprus Cultural Foundation in Cyprus. Now, you hear me better? Okay. So the three museum partners of the project collaborated and developed three thematic exhibitions with the title ReInΗerit. The ReInΗerit exhibitions focus on social issues which have been relevant to the world from antiquity to the present days. The key subjects under which we collaborated were identities, social conflicts, and craftsmanship. Each thematic exhibition features three objects selected from the collections of each of the three museums involved. So, we came up with three different titles under the ReInΗerit umbrella. These were ReInΗerit Identities, Gender Diversity Discrimination, led by the Museum of Cycladic Art, Rethinking Conflicts, led by Graz Museum, and Rethinking Craftsmanship, led by the Bank of Cyprus Cultural Foundation. As you can see here, some images from the exhibition we hosted at the Museum of Cycladic Art. This is from the Rethinking Identities exhibition. The Rethinking Conflicts. As you can see, the setup, the idea behind the setup was the same, but the images changed respectively. So we have an interactive board, we have copies of the exhibits, and visitors were supposed to share their own experience and interact with all the exhibits. Apart from the physical exhibitions though, we developed digital exhibitions which actually mirrored the physical exhibits. So for people who could not visit the exhibitions, they could go to the digital hub under the exhibitions tab and visit the exhibition and also use interactive digital storytelling tools, painting tools, and educational activities which are available there. So if you visit, you will find everything. At the same time, we developed a digital collection which has been created with objects from the 3 museums of the project, and at the same time, there is the possibility for other museums to contribute with their own objects, which are of course related to the 3 themes of identities, social conflicts, and craftsmanship. And the digital collection as well is available on the digital hub of the project. This graph seems quite complicated, but it's actually the concept behind the exhibition, a traveling exhibition, digital exhibition, and digital collection. I will focus now on the digital collection, which is growing, which means that it can be constantly enriched with the contributions from other museums. It was developed with the aim to facilitate easy exchange of objects between museums through a digital platform and therefore create a network between different institutions. Apart from these networking purposes, digital collections are great, especially in case museum objects are not currently exhibited in a collection and are kept in archive, either because they do not fit thematically at the moment or because they have failed into oblivion. There are many benefits on a digital collection like that because it makes all museum objects visible and accessible. It fosters collaboration between different museums and cultural heritage organizations. It can be located in a digital space and thus has the possibility of general visibility and can be expanded and grow further with other institutions. It offers a modern way of exhibiting through 3D objects, for instance. There are many formats you can use. It helps curators find objects that fit their exhibitions and enriches the cultural offer for the general public. So, our aim here with this digital collection, the ReInΗerit digital collection, is to network and make the already existing collection visible and accessible to the museum world. And of course, the 3 thematic areas are available as examples to illustrate the diversity of objects on different topics. A simple overview of all the objects welcomes the user to the collection. There is low threshold access, which invites the user to dive deeper and to interact with a variety of filters, leading to different visualizations and enabling a theme-based browsing. Cultural heritage institutions all over Europe can contribute their own objects to the digital exhibitions as simple as through a Google form. How to keep it growing now? It is important to raise awareness, talk about it, publish a call for contributions. For example, this is what we did for the rethinking exhibitions. We published a call so people can actually download the content, and it serves as a basis for the upcoming or past traveling exhibitions. So museums can actually spot an exhibit or more in their collections that are somehow related, follow some very clear and simple steps, and actually see their content published on our own digital collections. There are many filters, so even if you go there after this conference as a visitor, you can select the thematic area you're interested in. There is a map with all the institutions and lists of different objects. Of course, there are other layers that you can use when you filter, and of course, there is a narrative. The narrative is the same for the narrative is actually the same that we used for the exhibitions, but you can receive more information and actually process it and be introduced in this world of the rethinking exhibitions. And you can also get a glimpse on how actually these 3 exhibitions were developed and co-curated by 3 museums. So I think it's worth visiting. At this moment, I think it would be really worth it if we say more things about the case of craftsmanship, and I would like to invite my colleague, Ms. Reinherit from the Bank of Cyprus Cultural Foundation. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. All right. So firstly, I would like to thank my colleague Reinherit for her help and input on this presentation. Okay, thank you, Elena. As she was the curator of the traveling exhibitions at the Bank of Cyprus Cultural Foundation, the rethinking exhibitions, as Nathalie mentioned earlier, and more specifically the traveling exhibitions, aimed to create an easily transferable modular exhibition environment working in conjunction with the digital exhibitions. Now, each museum partner, as Nathalie said, was responsible for the curation of one of the rethinking exhibitions. As you can see on the screen now. Now the exhibition each exhibition used this key, for each of these exhibitions, the museum partners chose one item for their collections, the key object, to represent each of the themes. Now, the exhibition used this key object as an anchor for the thematic area, and along with other objects from the other museums, built a narrative around each thematic. This may sound a bit confusing, but it will become clearer as we go through the presentation. Now, through an unconventional form of presentation, the 3 museum partners presented exhibits from all 3 collections using innovative ways of collection sharing and interaction. By showing objects from all museum partners, the exhibitions provided a multifaceted, multi-medium, and pan-European perspective of each topic. Now, the Bank of Cyprus Cultural Foundation, hereafter BS-GreekNationalCommittee, curated the Rethinking Craftsmanship exhibition, which was launched in March 2023. And this exhibition aimed at highlighting different types of craftsmanship in relation to natural materials and the processes they undergo in relation to sustainability and environmental issues and their relevance in cultural heritage. As mentioned earlier, each partner chose an item from their collection for each exhibition, and BS-GreekNationalCommittee chose the frame decorated with silkworm cocoons on the screen, with which the craft of silk weaving was presented, a craft which has a long history in Cyprus. Now, the digital exhibit, as you can see, was projected, was complemented by a modern artwork of Susanna Petri, which was made for this very exhibition. Regarding the other 2 museum partners, the Museum of Cycladic Art chose to display a white lechithos showing the long-lasting craft of ceramics. And Graz Museum chose the trade guild's chest of the Graz gingerbread bakers, showcasing the importance of safeguarding crafts through the lens of Austrian craft history, again correlated with a craft with a long history in Austria. Now, parallel to the rethinking craftsmanship, BOCCF organized the parallel exhibition Identity Objects by Cypriot artist Christos Simeonidis, bringing a modern twist to the theme of craftsmanship. Simeonidis created an audiovisual environment using projections of examples of intangible cultural heritage from the BOCCF's ethnographic and archaeological collection from the Museum of George and Papakiridis, playing with ideas of heritage, history, and visual culture. This exhibition attempted to showcase the connection between tradition and identity. Now, in the context of the Rethinking Craftsmanship exhibition, there was a craft workshop led by ceramist and artist Susanna Petri, focused on the craft of silkworm cocoon embroidery, where people got to know this craft and also make their own art pieces. Another example for the parallel activities is a webinar led by Dr. Magdalena Lidizatou. It was during the Rethinking Conflicts exhibition, but it examined at the end all three subjects of the traveling exhibitions. Now, similarly to the workshops organized by BOCCF, the other two museum partners ran parallel to their exhibitions, activities and workshops. Here are some examples. So this is from the Museum of Cycladic Art. There are, as you can see, talks and other workshops. Nefeli mentioned some of these earlier this morning. And then they made curated paths, which I found very interesting. And then we have guided tours with sign language interpretation. And then we have Rethinking Conflicts. The curators, they have various guided tours, they had workshops, and again it's changed based on the on each exhibition on the subject. And here are more workshops, again talks, film screenings, etc. Now in May 2023 there was an immersive performance hosted at BOCCF, which was led by the ReInΗerit partner Science, called ReInΗerit Museum Immersive Performance at the Bank of Cyprus Cultural Foundation. And for this performance, the visitors wandered through BOCCF, accompanied by performers from the Cyprus Symphony Orchestra and the Cyprus Youth Symphony Orchestra, guided by a mobile application. The visitors navigated through projections and lighting installations, held at the same time as the Rethinking Craftsmanship and Identity Objects. The immersive performance now featured the exhibitions themselves, they were part of them, urging visitors to interact both with permanent collections and temporary exhibitions. Here I feel I need to stress the significance of this performance for BOCCF, specifically by featuring digital exhibits through the mobile application. Through this performance, the audience was able to view and explore objects from the ethnographic collection, which is not accessible to the public. In reference to the mobile applications, I want to draw attention to Smart Lens. Marco will tell us a bit more later, as is one of the many applications developed by UNIFI, and it was used to complement the traveling exhibitions in the Museum of Cycladic Art and Graz Museum. Smart Lens was used to encourage visitors to interact with the exhibitions and extract as much information as possible from them. Now this rationale, so you have the exhibition and then the parallel activities, was used in all exhibitions by all museums. And so, for example, after the craftsmanship exhibition, we held the identities exhibition and lastly the conflict exhibition. And this is what all museums did. Now, all the documentation as well as the tools used are available on the ReInΗerit Digital Hub. And to conclude, the ReThinking Traveling exhibitions are a bright example of how technology and ICT tools can be used in the service of cultural heritage. The artifacts of each museum partner did not have to be transported in each hosting museum, as digital 3D models of the artifacts were used. And now the concept of the exhibitions indicated how cultural heritage can be sustainable without endangering the artifacts by 3D models and digital replicas, as well as eliminating the environmental impact of their transportation. Now, all these exhibitions and exhibits are available on Digital Hub for people unable to physically visit the museums. Lastly, the ICT, CH, and museum professionals can contribute in cultural heritage sustainability through co-creation and multidisciplinarity, as it is by now evident that the ReInΗerit project is proof for cultural creativity. Referring for the recommendations.
Having said all that, it is important to remember that there is need to foster networks between museums and cultural heritage institutions across Europe to make cultural heritage available to a wider audience through digital tools. This will happen through the development of open source and reusable digital solutions or modular exhibition models which are affordable for smaller and medium-sized museums. Implementation of strategies for systematic collaboration between the creative sector, professionals and tech experts for the creation of digital environment will also lead to increased community interaction. Creation of digital platforms with training methods for cultural heritage professionals will be available for them to use them, so new technologies will contribute to digital upskilling and reskilling of cultural heritage professionals, as well as it become part of the wider cultural heritage management. And thank you so much, and this is a link to our digital hub where you can find all the resources.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you as well, Andrea, you did a great job as the explanation about the platform exhibition and the digital collection. That's why I want to make a call to anyone who museums, of course. And Marco Bertini, Media Integration and Communication Center University Studies Florence. He's going to talk about sustainability ethics and information protection studies in the related to it.
So we're running late, I'll try to talk very fast. Okay, so just a reminder about the Digital Hub. I'm going to talk about what we have done when developing our applications of the toolkit that are free, are open source, and you're invited to use in your own context. Dealing with aspects like the ethics, sustainability, and information protection of the user. So the idea of the toolkit that we have developed was to be innovative, so to use artificial intelligence and computer vision as a way to motivate learning and create stronger relationships between the visitors and the experience, the artworks that they are looking at. Sometimes using also gamification or playful experiences. The idea is to build up over new audiences, especially young museum visitors. We have heard before that they are more interested in this type of experiences. And the idea is to improve the sustainability of museums. The problem is that unless you are a very large museum that can afford the development of AI tools, small museums won't have them. So we want to democratize the access to these tools. And paying the applications open source, we increase the sustainability because we reduce the risk of rotting of the application that after a while are not anymore maintained. So the idea is that computer vision can help visitors to engage with collections in new ways and understand and develop new insights. Computer vision is a way to enrich museums, collections, data, and impact the user experience in a beneficial way. So these were our main ideas to develop interactive tools because they encourage the user to be proactive and learn better. go mobile first and web first, because this improves the sustainability of the applications. It's less costly to deploy them. Go according to an open source development, another way to improve the sustainability of these applications. And strive for a technological novelty, AI and computer vision tools instead of standard applications that it's more typical to find in the museums. Regarding the interactive part, this was what led us to this approach. The famous sentence, probably it's said by this Chinese philosopher Sun Tzu, attributed also to Franklin and Confucius: tell me and I forget, teach me and I may remember, involve me and I learn. So let's start from a selection of applications and see how ethical and privacy aspects have been dealt with. The ideas of a couple of applications that we have called FaceBit and Strike Pose is to bring gamification to the world of cultural heritage. So the idea to use game aspects to involve better the visitors and make them learn, even if they are not knowing they are learning. The idea in particular was to bring the world from a look, don't touch approach toward a play and interact approach. And so we have deployed these applications with the goal of exploiting an empathic experience of replicating a pose or an expression of an artwork. We know through science that the mirror neurons are the part of our brain that fires us, is activated when looking at the body movements of other people. And when we try to replicate, we have a feeling of an empathic feeling. By the way, we have tested these applications during the main conference on multimedia, ACM Multimedia, think about an attendance of 1,000 people, and we won an award for the experience that we provided through these applications. So in a Strike Pose, we have a web application that looks at the user and checks if the user is able to replicate the pose of a set of artworks. We let the curator of the museums to create challenges. And the final result is that the user will get sort of a TikTok video of replicating these poses, and will get the information on the artwork, and will feel in his body how the subject depicted in the artwork is feeling with their muscles. So learning better. You can think of it as a way to introduce the visitors before the real experience within the halls of the museum. So what we need to do that? We need to understand the pose of the person and be able to match it with the pose of the artworks. Here you can also see the final outcome. It seems like the user is a bit dancing. So we create the challenges of poses, one after the other. We have developed the application using a responsive design, so it adapts to fixed installations or to mobile applications. We compute the pose comparison, can be more or less easy to match it. We create the final videos that are provided to the end users. You can see different types of the interface. You give the information regarding the artworks, apart from the video. And then we move to the FaceBit version that instead asks to replicate the expression, the facial expression of an artwork. Again, here we ask the user to replicate the pose first with the head, and then the expression. This is an example of the running application. So again, the curators of the museum could be, for example, the Gallery Museum of Portraits in Tuzla. And then the visitor will try to replicate everything, and when he matches, he's painted within the painting. His face is substituted. And again, there is something to learn here. We give this material back to the user. So it's a sort of a memento of the experience. And with it, we give the information regarding the artwork. because it's a game, but you also learn something about it. We designed the application with the goal to make the user concentrate inside the artwork. So this is why we just draw the ghost version of the face of the user, because you must look to the painting to learn it. And then we paint with the colors of the painting, your face, within it. We perform sort of a morphing. But here we have the first problem for this type of applications whenever we use AI and computer vision. Is it fair for everybody? I've shown you some people that were Caucasian types with a fair skin. So, in the computer vision community, in the artificial intelligence and the machine learning communities, in the very recent years, we have started to ask ourselves, is the model fair? Can we describe how fair is the model with respect to everybody? So neural networks, like those that we have used to develop these applications, are associated with the so-called model cards, a way that provides information about the usability of the neural network with respect to different types of demographic groups, along with information about the proper use of these neural networks. So if we look at the model card of the neural network that we have used for the face bit, we learn that the application is not for surveillance. The neural network that we use cannot be used to re-identify a person. So we guarantee the small museums that want to implement this application that they are safe from this point of view. It's not their problem. I mean, we can't throw a small, medium museums, the small, medium museums in troubles because they're using an application with a dual use, okay? And moreover, we discovered that the developers of the neural network have thought about the fairness both in terms of the geographical origin of different users. So they have collected a large data sets of people coming from all over the world to test if the neural network was able to work with their different visual characteristics. And they have implemented a number of metrics to determine the precision and the localization of the facial landmarks. And they have evaluated it also considering gender and skin tones. And what comes out is that indeed this application will work with different groups of users. The same happens if you look at the model card of the neural network that you used for strike a pose. Again, it's not a neural network that can be used for video surveillance, so it's not a creepy network. And it has been tested for fairness with respect to gender, age, and skin tones. So you can be assured that these applications are fair to be distributed in any museum. Then we have to think about security and sustainability. First of all, how to deploy this application. You are a small, medium museum. You don't have too many people working in the ICT. So we provide these applications as a using a tool called the Docker that eases greatly the deployment of the applications for each and every museum. So it's not only very easy, but nowadays there are many web services that let these museums to deploy the application with a cost that can be as low as 10 euros per month. So museums do not have to install anything on premises, but just pay 10 euros per month to use these applications. Using this Docker not only improves the sustainability in the maintenance and the cost of using this application, but improves also the security because it separates the application from the server that runs them. So you can be assured that there is one more layer of security. So again, the small medium museums do not have to cater for the security of the application because we thought for them. And then we have to think that we are creating mementos for the end users using their visual appearance. These mementos must be given only to the user. Nobody has to get into the system and be able to steal the videos or steal the images. In fact, we covered this aspect simply keeping one copy only for the end user, sending it to the user that requested, and immediately deleting it. and we use a set of randomized directories and names to be sure that no hackers can get into the system to steal the images while they are being produced. In general, the approach of ReInΗerit has been to don't ask for personal data, no logging of personal data, and perform as much as possible computation on the end user device, because, again, small medium museums do not have to deal with all the critical aspects of GDPR and the privacy concerns. Then I move to smart tourism and with smartphone interaction. So we have developed a smart tourism application that can be implemented in many different cities and contexts that let the tourism organization to create localized applications with different types of visits. And the goal of the application is to provide personalization. Smart tourism is much about personalization, as Manu said before. So the idea is that landmarks are organized in categories, like types of landmarks or types of visits, depends on the tourism organization that is providing the material. Each landmark has properties that may be of interest for the visitor. So the application immediately asks the visitor about his own preferences. And based on the selection of the preferences, it creates a menu of visits. And then we have an active exploration. The user interacts with the application to get information about the proposals. And each time he interacts, the interaction is recorded. And it's recorded in order to understand what is really interesting to the user. And we look at the description of the content of the landmark in order to find out if other landmarks have a similar description that may be of interest for the user. He didn't know, he didn't understand at the very beginning. So the application is continuously adapting the offering of the tools in a location based on the interaction with the user. Furthermore, we have another active exploration, so the user is alerted about being near to one of the landmarks that fit in his interest, and then he can, for example, take a photo of something that attracted his attention, and the application will recognize the landmark with, a bit of noise in the videos, we recognize the landmark and provide other information regarding it. By looking at it, it's like another sign of interest. So again, the computation of the personalized visit is made again. So what are the possible issues with this application? It's a matter of user data and privacy. If you are Amazon, you are recording any preference of all the users. They know everything about us. We don't want that a small organization has to deal with the GDPR issues of this. So the recommendation of the landmarks and the visit is computed on the device. Everything is super private. Every user interaction with landmarks description, similarity of the landmarks that attracted the interest, the GPS position, the camera access, everything is run in private. We don't get any data. So nothing is logged. It has the maximum privacy for this. Let me end with a chatbot interaction. We have developed among the applications toolkit a chatbot that is able to describe artworks and talk and answer a user in natural language, with any natural language. Okay? And it's able to describe the context or the content of the artwork. And we have applied it also to the elements of the digital exhibition of the ReInΗerit, so you can see some examples of these interactions. Indeed, I think that more and more people are getting used to a chat interaction. Everybody lives inside WhatsApp or any messaging application nowadays. But we have to think about the user-centered approach in this case. This is a very critical application indeed. The fact, where is the data used by the chatbot to answer? If you ask ChatGPT about artworks, it will invent stuff. Something will be remembered by ChatGPT, something else will be made up. There are faults that are filled. And there is a matter of transparency and scientific accuracy. So here is our idea to tame these chatbots in this application. First of all, we provide the chatbot a content that is created by museum curators, and we use a specific interface to let curators create their own descriptions of the artworks, so we don't use memorization of the chatbot. And then the questions of the users are encapsulated within our instructions. It's a technique that's called prompt engineering. I'm a computer scientist, so trust me on this. That instructs the chatbot to answer only using the curated material. So we ask the chatbot not to try to remind wrongly something that may lead to hallucinations in the answer. And the chatbot is instructed not to be shy, to say it doesn't know the answer provided the content that was given by the curators. It's better to say, I don't know, rather than to invent, as ChatGPT does. So I hope I provided you an idea of how we dealt with the issues like sustainability and data protection and ethics in these applications, and I invite you again to check the Digital Hub for the source code or contact us. We are more than happy to help you deploy these applications in your context. I think there are many more applications, but I didn't have time to present them.
Thank you, Marco. Now I pass the floor to Giussi Cardia from Matera Hub in South Italy. She's going to talk about cross-fertilization between creative and cultural industries and cultural heritage.
Let me thank the organization to invite me here, and also to thank all the other speakers. They were very interesting in the presentation. My name is Giussi. I come from Materab. I represent Materab, who is a consortium of creative and cultural industries. Company, and we carry several projects in cultural heritage and creativity, and also tourism related subjects. Projects from different program, Horizon, like ReInΗerit or Erasmus, Cosme, and so on. Personally, yes, fine, thank you so much. The B. Yes, the C is for the other session, because we have to do a session. You cannot hear me? I'm sorry, maybe I was too far. Maybe I was too far. Yes, can you hear me now? Okay, okay, good. Okay, so it's quite not easy to be the last before the lunch. I hope that you're patient to listen to me. We'll be trying to be the quickest possible. So let's work this. Okay, the dash. Okay, let's work. Or the mouse like that. Okay, that's it. Okay, thank you. Sorry. I already introduce my title: cross-fertilization between creative and cultural industries and cultural heritage. First of all, let me just introduce a little bit the background of the cultural heritage and the creative industries, and then we speak about the cross-fertilization. You know, that 2018 was European Year of the Cultural Heritage, celebrating the richness of the European cultural heritage, but that shows also the growing deficit in the cultural heritage skills. So we need to adapt, to create a new approach in a context of very specialized and high demanding skill market. That's what we try to do in our company, in our consortium of Matera, trying to transfer and to adapt those skills. And the sector in Europe faces multiple challenges, as you know, from aging workforce to technological change that try to challenge in some way the traditional models, okay, and call for new approaches for the skills. The sectors also has faced several new demands from several new diverse audiences, new use of cultural heritage, new ICTs related opportunities that we're going to show through a case study that I'm going to present later on. And also the lack of the skills can lead we need to digital transforming the sector, the cultural sector, okay, and to combine the sector with the creative and cultural industries in order to have more opportunities, to increase the opportunities. So you know that cultural and creative industries include a variety of meanings and definitions, so it's a conceptual, at conceptual level it's a very complex definition, very difficult, complex concept. At the same time, we try to reach, to find the best, the most of the creative and cultural industries in order to combine, to create this cross-fertilization. What do we mean as cross-fertilization in this case? If we try to find a cross-fertilization model, we try to create new models of collaboration between cultural heritage and creative cultural world, as I'm going to show soon with the ReInΗerit project, and trying to find also a fertilization by creating new products, new services in an innovative way. Okay. We have to consider that the cross-fertilization model is based on the idea that places the culture as an engine for the local economy, that are promoting new competitive forms of business, new creating innovation in the territories, and also confirming the relation, the added value that there is between those, between cultural and creative world and the cultural area. Through this partnership, we can find these added value. So let me go to the case study. That is one of the European projects that we have carried on at Materab. It's called ReInΗerit project. It's under the Erasmus program. It's a KA2. It's a cooperation for innovation and exchange of good practices, sector skill alliances, and involved several countries: Italy, Spain, Greece, Belgium, Germany, Malta, and Romania. You can find also some more details in this link. The EU Heritage project addresses shortage of the transversal and transferable and digital skills in the field of heritage promotion, valorization, exploitation, mediation, and interpretation. It focuses on a new experiential approach. We're going to see the experiential skills that we're trying to develop and try to create to apply a multidisciplinary methodology that enhance the connection between cultural heritage and other sectors, not just creative and cultural industries, but also entrepreneurship, business, and also innovation and sustainability. How? Here we have the main objective of the project, so the enhancement of the innovation of the cultural heritage sector to make it more sustainable, accessible, and audience-centered and digitally ready. Build a strong sector skills alliance for the promotion and valorization of the cultural heritage sector by working on key skills of heritage professionals. And we're going to see more in detail what are these key skills. Mainstreaming digital, entrepreneurial, and other transferable and transversal and soft skills within heritage skill provision. Stimulate the creation of hybrid professional able to exploit the opportunities offered by the digital. Foster the cooperation by the cultural heritage sector with other sectors and industries, as we said, technology, tourism, SMEs, and creative and cultural industries. So, if we start to map those skills, we can share the three different kinds of skills. So, on one side we have the digital one, and you know that information and communication technology, we have already we discussed it this morning about this connection. The information and technology, communication technology is linked to heritage, not just from the conservation and preservation perspective, but also in the digitalization, someone said also, but also trying to engage in new experience for visitors, Marco said before as well, to various digital tools and devices. The idea is trying to create, then we go through the specific skills later on, but this is just to understand the context. The technological development in the field of the heritage culture can be matched in some way with an experiential approach, okay, or I would say also a transformative approach, which is even beyond that, okay, to cultural heritage, and that contribute to the growth of cultural tourism, and also try to meet the needs of a new demand, and a demand that is more demanding, sorry for the repetition, but also for the new groups of visitors that are more engaged with the cultural heritage, with the culture in itself, and also try to, in this way, to the technology, we try to bring, to bridge knowledge, sharing knowledge, co-creating knowledge, and experience authenticity and connection with the territory, okay? So that is very important. That is the purpose of the innovative technological innovation. Try to find new audiences, as I said before, but also to combine, to face the need of those people that are more demanding, those users that are more demanding. And we know that is what is happening at the moment. We said also that is the second set of transferable and transversal skills or soft skills. Those are crucial to the cultural heritage, professional, and those skills are identified during the need assessment that we have carried on during the project, and it includes skills connected to strategic and planning thinking, prospective thinking, financial and management skills. Now we are going to later on in more detail. Then the third set of the skills that we have identified are the experiential skills. What does it mean? So we know that we are in the experience economy. As I said, I would call it the transformative economy nowadays in the field of the cultural tourism. So that is very important that we transfer to the professional those kind of skills in order to face these experience economy. What are in detail those skills? We have prepared kind of, I don't know if you can see it, it's a little bit clear. So the digital skills, we have the plan, management, a digital plan, manage, implement and run digital project, advise on copyright, intellectual property and Creative Commons licenses, implement an audience development and engagement strategy, work in synergy, collaborate with external digital provider, use technology to provide meaningful experience, as we said, design, implement and evaluate interactive experiences. All the three set of skills that you have to think about, you have to bear in mind that they are all well connected, okay? Transversal or transferable and soft skills. Develop resilience through innovative and analytical and critical thinking, research and analyze, mediation, facilitation and networking, trend spotting, horizon scanning, creativity, sense of initiative and entrepreneurship, marketing, evaluation, continue managing own learning and development, internationalization, fundraising, understanding and engagement, plan and managing complex cross-sectoral projects. And last but not least, the experiential tourism skill. So research, analyze and elaboration of data on cultural tourism, someone mentioned before the data, identity and analyze cultural and natural attraction, analyze the tourism system of the destination and consumer behavior. So those are the skills that we have to transfer as people that we work in this sector. Even every day, I mean in our everyday activity. So, what are the main activities of this project? We define a set of skills that are needed in the cultural heritage sector for cultural heritage professional. We develop a European occupational core profile for professional that are employed in the field of promotion, valorization, exploitation, mediation, and interpretation of cultural heritage, at least at level 6 of the European competent framework, qualification framework, design an innovative and needs-oriented training course which integrates several sector-specific and transversal skills, including digital, entrepreneurial, and soft skills, create an e-learning platform under Creative Commons licenses and open education resources, and also integrate material that we have produced throughout the project into partner teaching or training activities, okay? What else? That has an impact in the target group and the main stakeholders. In the target group, we have to consider that the main impacts are the upskilling and reskilling of the professionals that are working in the field of the heritage promotion. They integrate in a unique training offer for heritage-related workforce competencies that are, that are useful for them, but also that are connected with the cultural sector, and provide skills to fill the perceived gaps that we mentioned before, okay? That are, so these sectors evolving, and we need to consider those gaps, and we need to fill those gaps through the transfer of skills. What are the impact on the stakeholder? So we fill the deficit in the cultural heritage skill to cope with the more specialized demand from the market and digital transformation. We help the sector to react, to identify, but also to react to the new demands coming from new audiences and new innovative way, helping the sector to find the best way to propose and implement new uses of cultural heritage and catch new opportunities in the information and communication technology. And also helping the sector to cross-fertilize with other sectors, okay? So to find new opportunities. That's it. I try to be the quickest possible. So I don't know if you have any comment or suggestion. This is my email in case you want to write or get in touch with me. And I hope that I will meet you also in Matera, which deserve it. Thank you so much.
Interesting explanation of your project, the ReInΗerit project, with transfer of digital skills that is very necessary.
Yeah.
Okay, this is time, I think, for lunch, right? So we will give which floor?
11th floor.
On the 11th floor?
Yes.
And we return. We have 1 hour.
Please make it as soon as possible. We've got
In an hour, more or less? 1 hour?
1 hour. An hour.
An hour.
Yes, thank you.
4 o'clock?
On the 11th floor, please.
Okay, so at 4 o'clock, more or less, we'll be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.